Wow. How about that? I didn't know that, and I'm going to continue to not know that, because that doesn't seem memorable. Okay, what's going on? We're back with Railway Empire. We're trying to make the perfect Hansa 2.0. That means maximizing the amount of population in every city across all of gross Germany. What is the maximum population? Well, apparently there's no cap on it, unless you start going up to like the 2 billion figures, but I'm not even sure that's possible in the game. Might even be higher than that. No, I suspect it's going to be something like 200,000 for every city or so. I haven't balanced out the supply and the demand, but there is a limited amount of supply. There are a certain number of, say, fruit farms on the map, and even at the maximum level, they're only going to put out, 24 fruits per month from each of the farms. So I won't be able to satisfy everybody's fruit desires beyond a certain level, but that level is probably quite high. I have some preliminary spreadsheets that have this raw data available, but I haven't yet crunched it down into figuring out how to make all the cities as large as possible. Cities have demands that inflate per citizen, but it's a little fuzzy. I mean, these numbers seem kind of low. Monthly demand 0.2 for vegetables. I feel like there's a lot of rounding going on there. Danzig vegetable demands weekly 2.5. Again, I don't feel overly comfortable with that. Oh wait, and 1.7 of those are being shoved into sauerkraut, so tricky. But that's for me to worry about in between the streams. Although if anybody feels like contributing towards the effort, I would be more than welcome to it. Especially if you could get me a reasonably sized map of Germany in this game with all the locations of the goods pointed out on it, so I could actually go and draw up a multi-hub network, because I can't think of any reason why you would ever take sugar beets from over here near Oldenburg and ship them over to Kongsberg. It should definitely be shoved into some kind of warehouse around here where it's distributed for all the nearest places. But that gets a little more tricky when you have something like oil, which is very limited on location. I think oil is the least frequent good on the map. I will check my numbers on that. Yes, there are 5 oil wells on the map. And they're all northern, I think. Yep, every last one of them is to the north. So how are we going to figure out how oil works for supplying, say, Klagenfurt? I don't know, but that is something future Jake will have to figure out, and if he can do it with a map and some stencils, then all the better. But that is looking way into the future. For now, I have some short and mid-term goals. I need to keep expanding my rail network, connecting up cities and making lots of money. Ideally, I want to get my cities to about 60,000 population, because that allows me to build their unique building. And I think I want to spam universities like nobody's business, because getting the extra innovation points, although it's a small amount, it will stack up and allow me to outstrip the competition on tech. That could be a problem if they just use spies to steal that stuff from me, and it will devalue spies for me. But there'll be older techs that I'll be leapfrogging. I can't imagine I'm going to bother, say, getting either of these trains if I can afford it, which means I'll probably be passing by on oil lamps and probably train structures as well. So I'm sure I'll be able to still use the... Oh, here we go, the cow catcher. I don't have that. A spy would nab me that. Sadly, all I have is a bandit, and I'm not actually sure if they help me financially. Do they want oil, Jake? There's some goods that are only demand in industries. Perhaps oil will only... Yeah, there we go. Oil has no demand, but oil is heavily used for automobiles, and the demand for automobiles, if the raw numbers I have are to be believed, is huge. Like, people want more automobiles than they want food in this game, so I will have to measure that out. But a lovely thing about this, and it's not actually that lovely, is that I don't have to meet 100% demand. I just have to meet 60%. So I could give cars to nobody, but then I'd miss out on the possibility of expanding meeting demand by using that oil. So maybe that's a bad example. Maybe a better example is saying not everyone needs grain, and I could use that grain entirely for fueling the bakery economy and give people the baked goods they want. There's a bit of elasticity there, but I'm pretty sure there is a perfect equilibrium, and we're going to have to find it. But again, I'm looking too far into the future. My job here is to connect up as many cities as I can within a budget. I'm not exactly making these train lines as I would like them, Honestly, I'd like to have them 4 tracks wide, and I would like to punctuate them quite well with, where are they now? Maintenance stations, because that would give my trains an opportunity to switch their tracks, get repaired, get fuel, without clogging up main stations. Oh, should not be having my main stations clogged. But I can't do that right now. I have to do it on a budget, because I need to squeeze every mark out of every Dutch mark I have. My goal is to get enough money to buy out all my competitors, and if things go well, I plan on doing that today. The competitors are just the worst. They are going to keep sabotaging me, stealing my stuff, doing nasty things, and worst of all, they're going to keep bloody talking. I just want them removed, and I'll be all the happier when they are dead and buried. Jake, industrial grade goods, those that need at least 3 steps of process to obtain, bring in a lot of cash in intrinsic value. You can get almost 100% from owning the entire vertical production chain. Extraction, raw resources, refinement, final product assembly. Are you meaning in terms of fulfillment of demand? Because if so, I'd be very surprised at that. But I have not touched late game or huge cities in this game whatsoever. I'm sure I'll get to it eventually. So, what are we going to do for that right now? I don't have a lot of money. In fact, I have a lot of negative money because I am horrifically in debt, but that's okay. It's good debt. Debt that is used to further my industries very well. What my major concern right now is Elbing. Elbing is absolutely stuck full of people passing by. A large part of that is because of this incline. This incline's way too high, and anybody that has to stop here has to very slowly make their way up. You're only going 10 kilometers per hour getting in here, which is a dang shame. Got myself a stoker. Whenever I get personnel, I like to just hire them straight away. So engineer, come to me. Stoker, come to me. And I'm not really too fussed where I put them. The main reason I put them in here at all, oh dear, is that I can draw upon them later on, because I'm fairly certain these people never die. Like that guy in Team America. Promise me you'll never die. Jings, I knew there would be a weakness in coming back to this a few days later, and that's that I'm not sure what my priorities were for expanding. As long as all these cities grow a bit, then that's okay. And they are growing. Well, not all of them. Poston here is a bit of a problem going on. No wool. Sauerkraut and beer are hard for me to distribute out, but the wood is also a problem. How can you have wood problems? Ah, yes, here we go. So Elkhorn's clearing here. It produces plenty, but it's just not heading south. Now I can fix that by putting in a Y-frame here and having people pass through Posen. But Posen itself, I think, is going to become a bit of a choke point if I don't double it up a bit to allow people to pass through it. I could make a bypass. Not the biggest fan of bypasses right now. Hard to really explain why, but it just doesn't feel right. But what does feel right is making more money by giving Posen all of that wood that they're after. Don't tell me you're supplying. You're not. Okay, good. Means I can get rid of you, and I can Y this thing out. It's not too happy with doing it from there, is it? Ah, it's happy enough. It's a bit of a hideous Y. I wonder if I could do this much tighter. Hey, how's that for your Y? And I think by making a Y, the game actually forces the other one to be okay. I think that was something that I was missing before. Just make sure that it works fine there, and you're good to go. Take yourself explicit instructions. Implicit won't do it there. Make sure that's supply towered up. Is this run supply towered? Is that a supply tower? It is. So that should be okay. Now, Posen gets its wood, and we can check the flow of wood. Posen does not, and Landsberg does not. Stettin does, and it's from there. Now, really, I'd be better off connecting this here, but I need to squeeze every penny I have. Oh, Jings, Lisa gets no wood either. None of these poor sods get wood. Is there any wood around here? No, wood is very limited, so I might just have to have that wood thing do all of this stuff, which is a shame, but I'm sure it can. This isn't a particularly busy line. So 1, 2, 3, 4 trains coming out of Elghorn's clearing. Should manage this okay. And trains are one thing that I can crap out extensively. We're using the Odin, it's the best we've got for mixed everything. So Odin, this should level up Elghorn's clearing as well, because it's going to see that it has all of its goods being shipped out, and it'll upgrade without me having to buy it over and forcing that to happen. So 4 of these, see if I can just remember to do it. It's a nice easy way to get back into the swing of things. Send you over to Landsberg as well, and make another one. I like how they auto-name. In fact, a lot of the tedium that you'd find in Patrician 4 has been removed here, and boy am I grateful for that. But I'm almost certain I'm going to upgrade Posen, or else this is going to be too chock-a-block for it. One thing I don't get, can you not have one train doing all of these stops, or does it consume the entire train full at the first stop? A train can only hold 8 carriages, and that's 8 units of a good, which is not a lot of a good. So, unfortunately, don't tell me there's only one. Oh, there is only one stop here. I might have to upgrade the station. Expensive, but probably worth it. No, it'll be infrequent enough that I'm sure I don't need another one. Another Odin on its way to go from Elghorn clearing, this time down to... Did I already do one to Opelin? I can check this. Elghorn's clearing... Oh, it's not on the tracks yet, so it's not visible there. Well, I'll just assume it's okay. And one more train. Another Odin, because we love Odin. Going from here down to here, and there we go. So let's say I had one train going from Elghorn's clearing down to Posen and Lisa and Oplin, trying to supply all of them. Well, it would almost certainly lose all of its goods in Posen. These places, they don't have huge consumption rates, but it's high enough to cause a problem there. Alright, that was a fair expenditure straight away, but I'm sure we'll make it back nice and swiftly. It bothers me that you have so many lines running here, but you can only put up one train at a time. But it should be okay. It'll initially be busy, but I think these routes are so long that it'll actually handle itself quite nicely. And Jings, the money's flowing on already. 200,000 marks are mine. That money is probably next going to be invested in Hutbus. In fact, it might be invested straight away because I can make sure that Hutbus gets all of the grain from Haramir's fields. And hopefully I can find somewhere that deals in sausages to link you up to. Hey, yeah, there's Dresden. And these two would do a back and forth like nobody's business. Look, there's some wood I can connect with them both. There's some piggies for you and for Leipzig. This is just begging to be connected up by me. This is my entry into central Germany. Coptic Ankh is asking how I'm doing. Well, I'm doing just great, thanks. I hope you're doing well as well. Well, not hope as in, I hope my brother gets better in hospital kind of hope, but it would be good if you're doing well as well. Right, I should have all the money for these train stations. I'm tempted to have them all be nice signaling control ones. That might be a little decadent, but it makes my life easier when I just do that extra expenditure. Also, something I noticed when I was fiddling around before, we had a problem in Kongsberg, not enough maintenance. Maintenance stations are free, there is no reason that I would not build them. How nice of Jake to clarify the level of hope. Well, one of the things I don't like about toxic positivity is that it kind of loses all meaning when you're just so nice all the time. I always wanted to use the phrase toxic positivity. It was a bit disgusting to use, to be honest. Wouldn't recommend it. Unlike this banging tune that the game has. What is this? It's called Granny's Eastern Favourites Part 3. Nice little tune from the game. Right, giving them all nice stations would be a bit excessive and expensive. I kind of want to, but I don't really have the money. Screw it. Hutbus will start with you. How are we looking to link you up in the future? Well, as long as I generally have you aiming towards the other one will be okay. Get new loans first. I'm not actually sure if I've increased my capacity for loans by much, so I'm not going to bother with that. Not yet, at least. Give it time. There will always be time. Oh, James, right. I thought that was costing me a lot less than it actually cost me. Hopefully this isn't too rough for any train going through it. There we go. Several trains are waiting to be activated. That must be in the clearing again. So I made a spreadsheet that contains all of the RGOs on the map, which has a name. I believe it's called Resource Gathering Operation, RGO, but I don't like that. I prefer Raw Goods Output. Makes a bit more sense to me. Anyway, I made a chart of all the RGOs on the map: grain, the pigs, the vegetables, the wood, all the stuff that's not industry. And I'm going to be naming them after people. Now, normally, if I get an opportunity to name things in the game, I use Patreon supporters for that, but there were actually so many that I ran out of names to use for it. So there's still space for everything except for grain. I can't really take them here on stream. I'm not going to break the flow by managing that. But something to keep in mind. If you want to be in here by now, you can just hit me up with it. I don't know why we have bad condition here. That tells me you're not getting serviced here. You go from Coinsburg to the clearing. I am looking for my train. Elkhorn Clearing does have a maintenance station, so I can only assume something really bad happened to you on the way up there. For map painting, the closer two contour lines are, the steeper the terrain. Yep. Choose sparsely separate. Yeah, I'm well aware of that, Annex Dry. Maybe you thought I didn't care much about it when I painted down my latest bit here, and that's largely because I didn't really care that much. These tracks are all preliminary. We'll get them sorted out properly once I have the competition bought out and plenty of spare cash flying around. Alright, let's get loco with Odin once again. Go there, simple as. And then I want you coming down to Dresden, which will be a little bit more taxing for you, not least of all because of this. So I can't cut it in like so, I've got to cut it in... You know, I could even have you come in like this. But that doesn't leave you with a follow-on track to Leipzig. Might have you pop out and down and around like that. Right. I do my best to follow the chat, but this is one of the games that I find the hardest to keep track of chat in. There's a lot of thinking to be done.
I hope you make a good profit with your station.
He doesn't. I'm quite certain he doesn't really feel that way. Very lacking in contours here, which is nice. Link you up there, even though that's not the best bit to bring it into. I'm not worried about it. I am, however, worried about the immense cost of it. Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, glad to finally see my godly gaming talent recognized. It feels good to finally penetrate into Germany here. The only bridge should be this, frankly, muckle too lengthy bridge. Bridges are horrendously expensive. Oh, I'm making a rookie error here. Not signaling up. We signal up and we make sure we do it the Queen's way. Just make sure that Hutbus also has its maintenance station. Takes a bit to get back into the swing of doing these actions, but get in we do. Wait, Hutbus grows already. Damn, I'm good. Does Berlin remain a radioactive no-go? Berlin is a no-go zone. You are not allowed in Berlin. Hopefully, you know what? I actually want the money that I spent on that little ring around there. It's about 55,000 Dutch marks. That's way too much to be simply throwing away on that. Besides, I can defend Berlin. Can we make this track yet? Wait, didn't I? Oh, I guess I didn't paste down the other side of this track. And there we go, I actually get the parallel bonus in that one, so the second one is nowhere near as expensive. Again, we make sure it's signaled up to the hilt. And I'm going to need a couple of supply towers. One here will do nicely. And one here will do nicely. I'm looking forward to making maintenance sheds instead of supply stations, because that'll allow my trains to zip around each other if somebody dares to stop for a break. You know, I say to people stopping for breaks, it's usually get back to work. Now we need ourselves a new train, just to get this profit flowing straight away. Go from Cottbus to Dresden and back again. I'll probably want 2 of them, so I will clone that train. I don't mind, it's going to take a wee while. And both of these folks are probably going to want cloth before long. 23.5. Yeah, but they do both need wood straight away. Now that wood probably already flows to them. Apparently you're not getting your wood whatsoever. That surprises me. Well, doesn't matter. I'm going to link you up with that wood, whether you like it or not. And I might even just split this part off here so that we can get the wool flowing in and the wood flowing in. They might even go through Cottbus on the way down to Dresden and later on Leipzig. That's not a problem. All these industries need... Oh, well, it won't link up to Dresden because they've got wood down here. Regardless, though, the wool will. Is there any more wool out here, though? Check for wool. Nothing close by. I wish the map zoomed out a bit better so I had more, or a bit more so I had a bit better of an idea of what is where around here. Maintenance building for you. Now, do I want to connect up Leipzig or do I want to connect up industry? The answer is yes. I'll start with Leipzig though. Leipzig's going to pop out the other end to all of these places, so it is very important that Leipzig itself gets a lovely train station complete with signaling control. Right about there, Funksol brother. Oh my, all this stuff I want to build, but it feels good. The more you build, the more money you make, allowing you to build more. It's a really good feeling snowball situation here. You should take all the goods from the farms around Berlin to all the other cities. That's exactly what I plan to do on War Call. What I can do is look at Berlin, as if I can find Berlin on a map, and I go, they are receiving pastries and grain, but nothing else. Now the grain they are receiving, I can tell that it's here, but let's say I'm too blind to notice even that. I go, grain flowing here to there. That grain will not flow if I take 100% of that grain and send it to other places. And trust me, I'm working on that, but the problem is it's grown up. It's level 3 now. It produces an absurd amount of grain every month. So Berlin is getting it, and I don't have a way to just embargo or blockade Berlin. You could do that in Patrician, but this isn't Patrician. Right, tech time. How do we go about this? I really want the Iron Duke, but I'm going to take this lower route towards it. The Odin is so good that I can rely on the Odin for a while. The Iron Duke isn't that much of an upgrade that I need to rush for it, so I'll just take my time sauntering towards it all the while, picking up freight money, reliability, lowers the cost of auctions, also good. Wait, what's that? Intimidation. A threatening demeanor at auctions intimidates competing bidders. Oh, how lucky for me. Still, working my way down towards it. Ka-ching. This all looks fine. I did connect these two up right. Yeah, you can see you. On you go. A little slow, but that's what happens when you're hauling a whole lot of pastries. Pastries and passengers. Train loading, that's fine, but not getting many other warning signs, which is good. Random breakdowns. Random breakdowns, I believe, are inescapable and disgusting. But, as I say and say often, fit kinamendi. Which, and I'm asked quite often in this one, what does that mean? It means, what can a man do? Well, that's what it is. It is what can a man do. Often said in the face of something insurmountable. This is the bottom part, going into the bottom here. How are we going to bring these together? Probably something like so. I'd like this end turn to be as tight as a tiger. That's good enough. No bridges, no problem. There we go. And now, since Dresden and Leipzig both do sausages, there's not really a lot they'll trade between themselves. So all I'm really going to have here is a... There we go. All I'm really going to have here is a simple freight train. But Odin is still my best freight train. Or is it? No, Firefly is probably better. Not freight, express is what I'm trying to say. Firefly is actually a better express train between the two. But I don't believe in segregating express at this point in the game. because express and freight are sharing the same lines, whilst I can't afford to have dedicated freight lines. And that's a pretty good reason, I think you'll find. Now this wood needs to flow, this wood needs to flow, that wool needs to flow, because very soon there's going to be demand for wool here. There's a lot I need to get moving here. This is something I really like in this. You're always moving forward. Provided you're actually making money, you always have the stuff to keep moving forward with. You could always find new ways to improve your lines, make more trains, make more connections. It feels good. It feels very good. It's hard to feel like you're just stuck in a stop there. The only exception there is when you're playing the campaigns. I really felt stuck when it came to the campaigns because there wasn't a lot of waiting for track clearance. You should be fine on track clearance. Maybe one of you were on the wrong side of the tracks for my liking. Possibly, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. Conductor? Passengers? Well, that's very convenient because I just made a passenger line here. Yeah, the Leipzig to Dresden. Here's your new conductor. Friendly demeanor means passengers are willing to pay more. As if. Jake, are there cheats to this game for challenge game where we can vote to take your money away and such? No, and that's very much not a gameplay situation that would interest me. That just sounds like horrible pain, frankly. And you might think, oh, Jake's always up for some horrible pain. No, not always. Let's make ourselves a wee train station here. Hopefully it can get in on a nice Y formation here. Oh, but I went and put you in the most inconvenient place. Let's move you along a bit so this is less of a muckle inconvenience for me. As long as it supplies these two, we're all good, so I'll shove you over there. And this is what I'm going to do to get my wood to both these places. Again, tightest one being complete is Fine-a-roni. Ooh, that's a little too tight, so we'll just move you back a bit. There we go. Can we bring you a bit closer? As close as possible is best. Ka-ching! And let's get this done as tightly as possible. I'm sure it could be done tighter. Right, what I could do is plan that and then just pull you until you are correct. And since that works, this is forced to work. Ah, forced to work. Music to my ears. Now, ensure that we have explicit signaling. All well and good. Now, we've set up industry for wood here. I hope this is the first industry I've linked up since I started today. Because if it's not, then I've missed out on one. But it's a wood thing, and I've got a list of people's names for this. Fortunately, only need to change them once, or hopefully only once. And this is going to be the Zest Forest. And then I can mark that off in my spreadsheet. I'm sure I'll share these spreadsheets eventually. Right, Zest Forest. How are you going to work in here? Also, I know this is implicit, but implicit's probably fine. Or is it fine? Yeah, it's probably fine. New train, new Odins. Just got to keep cranking out these trains. They're always needed. Go to Leipzig, and we're fine. And make a new one. I don't clone these anymore because it clones the names explicitly. So it clones Zest Forest to Leipzig too, even if it becomes Zest Forest to Dresden. Well, there we go. Got that done. I won't have you up to Hutbus because Hutbus is just about wanting that wool, and it's going to get it from here and here. So it'll get wood and wool coming in here. Is there anything else along here that you're going to be demanding? No, potentially. Nah, hops I think are purely for industry. And I doubt you're going to have industry that requires feldspar. Feldspar though, what a... I mean, it makes sense, right? Germans and their porcelain, but still, feldspar just feels so odd. Could I get away with a large train? How about a regular train station that connects both of them? So close, but so far away. We'll just have a small train station for both. And a double line coming along here, I suppose. By the way, Jake, how's your task sheet? Just make sure you won't lose. I don't think you'll lose by not completing your tasks here. This one looks quite difficult, but it's until 54. I mean, I've only passed 8 years, and this one's giving me 24 to do it. But that's a lot of money to make from transporting mail. Then again, this number should go up and up and up. This one should be easily done, though. No porcelain in Persona 3, that's for sure. Why would there be that? You probably mean Patrician 3. Which I didn't play, or rather I tried to play, but it immediately crashed. Sad times for me. How's this gonna work? I could have you swing around here. Yeah, I should probably take it from the bottom since there are far fewer contours, even if it's slightly longer. The lack of earthworks will be very welcome.
I wouldn't have expected such a useless station, even from you.
That's not very nice. Oh wait, I don't have enough cash? What are you talking about, game? I'm made of cash. Alright, let's get these wee train stations all set up, first and foremost. Actually, I should do one first. Right, another wood place. I couldn't believe it, but so far I've only had one wood industry linked up, which doesn't seem right. We're going to name this one after our favourite tank from the Xenonauts campaign, Lord Chutney Woods. Right. There's an 18 character limit on the names of places. Make the most of that. Is this even for the better? Feels like it's not. Could we just lower that a bit? That's an agreeable cost. Very good. Signal it up, because signals are free. Going the Queen's Way, of course. And it will need a supply tower along the back here. Manual pause as well and all, but I wish I could manually unpause it whilst looking at things that I'm trying to buy here. Because sometimes I just want that money to roll in so I can get that last thing done. There we go, get that done before I forget. And then get a little bit more money, and then Odin is on his way. Loco, Odin, purchased, and rolling. Odin doesn't need to go down to Dresden because they've got Zest Forest going on there. But Khutbus here is going to want the wool as well, and wool I shall give as soon as I can afford it. Single mother wood would be too Ludo. We got a better place for single mother. I got a little bit of a guilty conscience at one point where I was like, okay, people are supporting me on Patreon. I can't really figure out why, but I feel like I'm not really offering up much in response to that. And then I thought, oh, well, I know. It'll be nice to use their names in the campaigns that I do. Figured I'd use them as like general names in war or strategy games where you have generals, things like that. But I have no idea where the name Single Mother came from. I tried to find, okay, who is Single Mother? But I found nothing. I found not a sausage. It might even be something that I've completely imagined, which is, well, it does happen. Alright, Koch Estate. Not quite Koch Estate, although it's nice to call these things estates. We're gonna call you Klimpen Wool. And that means I should probably tick you off on my list there. Hey. Now Klimpy is gonna have, yes, another Loco, another Odin. Goes from here to here. Later on there will be more of them. I will want to deliver that wool down to Dresden and Leipzig, but neither demand it yet. When they do, though, I should keep in mind to do that. Patreon only marble run for Dictator stream. No, not quite. Mysterious, like the Mysterious BR. I don't know who the Mysterious BR is. Apparently there are people that do know, but they are keeping the mystery alive. This is all well and good. Did I set up Khutbus directly down to Dresden? Yeah, I set it up twice, in fact. Good, good. That's how you make the money. Security guard, excellent. If I have a lot of freight, then I want you running. And one of the biggest freights around is grain. And grain down to Hutbus, there'll be plenty of that. So we locate that grain train, Harmere Fields, Hutbus, and we say, here's your new security guard. One with no task. And just like that, I'll get more money out of it, 5%. This guy's been around so long he's leveled up to 2, and he gives me a 6% increase in freight. Not a lot, but every little helps when building up our titular railway empire.
Looking for a new position, so I've offered him a job.
Well, you son of a gun. One of my personnel was stolen by you, and he took one of my head office members, and that's pretty horrible. You can really see why there's an option to disable the sniping of your employees in this. The game developers must have realized that it's a horrible mechanic that nobody likes, but they felt a bit hamstrung into it and obliged to keep it in. Right, I need to also bring these into here, but I feel like if I don't do it very well, I'm going to make this a really choked up point. So even though it's extra expenses, I'll probably have to have another bit that comes along like here. Fine by me though. Also, I didn't set these up with their complementary maintenance buildings. There might be a point later on where you actually demolish them because you never want them taking maintenance at the stations. You want them to use the places along the main tracks where they can deviate off and allow other trains to bypass. But you better believe I'm not at that point, because making maintenance stations here is free for me because I'm playing as the Dr. Worm guy. However, if I were to set up maintenance stations, that's 200,000 a pop, and ideally I would want them in every main artery. And I'm not going for that. No way, no how. I still have to do things on the cheap, regrettably. Right, how's this gonna go? How's this gonna go? Much as I enjoy this plinky music. People on YouTube were laughing at the term plinky plonky, and that just seems like the most natural thing to call it to me. Yeah, what would you call it? There, that's the tightest corner, meaning this one will be A-okay. No, this... because it's an S-bend, the tightness is... both sides are the tightest sides. So what would I do? Well, here's what I'd do. I'd take this part, and I would move you in like so, which may or may not be good enough. That's good enough. There we go. Enough to keep a train stuck over here, if it ends up backed up, which it really shouldn't, because I'm only going to have one train going here for now. But I'll still keep it explicitly signaled up. Give you your maintenance station and our breedery here. Schmidt Breeding, not a bad name, but I'm sure we can do better. We can call this Max's Breeder Pits. Ugh, Max's Pits. There we go. Sorted. I still need you linked up over here, despite the cost. Yeah, there's Max, never missing a beat. Gotta hand it to Max, he stays on brand. One of the unfortunate casualties in the community was that Discord, despite my protests, not that I'm sure they listened or cared about them, decided that they would have nothing to do with erotic content on their partnered channels. Well, they can do things how they want, but it meant I had to kill off much of what the weeb junkyard was. But Max has got that sorted himself, don't you, Max? Right, to get Max's breeders over to Leipzig, and we're good. And I want another one. Another Odin, of course, because they're all Odins. Taking over to Dresden. I do those two because both of them desire pigs, even though those sausages don't really have many places to go. But if I connected Leipzig up with Magdeburg, that would give the sausages somewhere to go and some pastries to come back. And how convenient, Magdeburg has grain right there, and Brunswick will want it too. And look at that wood nearby as well. It could only be better if there was another sausage producer nearby, and there is. There's Bremen right there. With piggies, okay, I am sweeping over and I am conquering north-central Germany. Just as long as I have the Dutch marks with which to do it. The vanity URL is more precious than anime titties. Yes.
Don't worry. Your employees won't miss a thing with me. Promise.
Okay, I don't even get to know which person they took. What a horribly implemented feature. But I'm not going to disable it, mostly because I can't, but also we have ways to get rid of it, and it's called killing our rivals. Anyway, all sorts of games get streamed on this channel. Violent games, erotic games, games where you have to think. I think it's awfully bigoted to point fingers at things just for being erotic content. Then again, I'd take from that the Nemo is probably an American. Guns good, eroticism bad. Now I'm going to want the top bit popping off into Brandenburg, and Brandenburg produces the old pastries as well, which would not work well with Berlin, not that we're working with Berlin. But yeah, Leipzig, Magdeburg, Brunswick and Hanover both fed by Bremen. This should be a lovely little area to grow all of them up. So let's work on that. I still want to use reasonably sized train stations for them, because otherwise I'm just going to have to think too much, and that's not how I operate. If I have you here, I should be able to get around these contours into Brunswick, or I take the long way around. Tough call. Let's get you over there for now. Are we satisfied with this? Far from it. Let's try and stick more to the level of the ground. Might make it a little harder for our trains, but it makes it easier on my wallet. There we go. Can't afford it yet, but I bet I could afford it about now. I'll have it. No, that's not what I want. Get away. I need signals. Signals of Spider-Man. Leipzig has its, yeah, maintenance station. Good. On map, the points that are traced around are actually cities with an available place for industry. On the map, points that are traced around are actual cities with a... I don't know what you mean at all. I mean, I can tell if a city has space for industry. It's going to show up like... Oh dang, these ones already filled out their industries. Ooh, Kongsberg got industry, paper industry, which means their demand for wood is even bigger. And I just do not bring up Kongsberg the wood that they desire. They're going to need a lot more wood than that. Is paper something that's desired elsewhere, or is that only a material for... No, it is desired. Do you have a direct line running to Danzig? You do? I need a lot of wood brought up here. And there's wood right here. Ooh, I gotta bring you in. I wonder if I could ship off another double line down here. That way I can get veggies up here. Do you get veggies? You do get veggies, but I could cut down on the throughput of vegetables up here if I make that happen. Very tempting, but let's see to central Germany first. Does this game have a reliable autosave? Yes. Last time I think you played the whole stream without a save, no? I normally save and save often, but the autosave here appears reliable. And I'm pretty sure I do save, but I could be dead wrong on that one. Still, Magdeburg, Leipzig, these people will get on like a house on fire. Odin, make it happen, please. And you know what, sometimes I really feel like I don't have enough of these, so let's... Oh, I don't have enough money for another Odin, fair enough, but I will momentarily. There you go. Odin, go the other way around. Ka-ching. Can't go wrong with more trains. Sometimes I feel like I don't make enough. And let's make sure you are well supply towered. you ever feel entertained by reading chat when rewatching your own streams? I do it quite often, actually, because I can't keep up with all of chat during my streams. I try, but sometimes I don't try hard enough. And for those times, it feels good to just sit back and rewatch it, see what I missed out on. Okay, now, Leipzig, do you need grain? You do need grain. Dresden, do you need grain? You do need grain. They all need grain. And the closest place for that, I mean, I could take it from Haramir Fields down to Dresden. That would be going through Cottbus, which may or may not be okay. Don't like the fact that this curves off like that. But I think what I'll do is I'll just take the grain from here and feed all of these guys with it. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of feeding, but the preserve here should level up quite a lot from it, which likely means it's going to need quite a bit of servicing. So I should probably give it a sizable warehouse, not warehouse, train station complete with proper signaling control. Maybe the extra part is a little wasted, but it's okay. And this is going to dedicatedly use this part of the line. That's fine, except... no, it's just fine. No need to overthink it at all. Don't like overthinking. Hell, I barely like thinking at all. I've been watching your Polybridge playthrough. It's so frustrating. I had to buy the game for catharsis. Well, add me on Steam, Danimo, and then you'll have all of my glorious scores to try and fail to beat. Oh, wow, we beat the 1902 task. Achieve an average balance of 8,000 marks, at least 50 active trains. That's a lot of money. And damn, did we smash that task. We're in the 20th century already, lads. Alright, there are a lot of places to link you up with here. What about Brunswick? Probably going to want you peeling off to Brunswick as well. They're going to have a high demand for you. Does the wood come up to Magdeburg? Zest does not go to Magdeburg, but Magdeburg would probably be better served with Albrecht's Forest Isles, which will be renamed appropriately. Same with this one here. No, we're going to call this one Baron's Granary. Why would we ever call it that, I wonder? Alright, let's get Loco. Odin, do that. And Odin, do this as well. And one more for good luck. Odin, I need you to do this. Now this is just printing money for me. Hang on, does Dresden already get grain? That's funny, I would have thought that the fields here would go down to Dresden. But no, you only go to Cottbus. That's all. Oh, on that side, right? On the north side you hit up lots of different ones, which is fine. That means Haramir's fields don't need to be pressured further. They might be level 3, but they are maximum utilized, apparently. No, good news for me, at least. Very good news, even. Put some placid. No central or desert bonus for that grain, though, shaking my head. Touché, Baron, touché. Okay, let's actually improve the reliability of our locos. Ignore that thing about waiting for several trains to be activated. They will be activated. And look, all of these places I've connected up are growing. Mostly because they're getting their basic necessities. Well, one could even say entirely because of that. A slow conductor. I know you're mostly just taking meat right now, but I'm still going to throw a conductor onto you. Because eventually you won't be taking the meat. Hanover and Brunswick and Magdeburg. The problem is this is all pastry. I need more meat. Bremen brings in the meat, and there's the pigs for them, so Bremen needs to... Yes, I need that cow catcher. That's a lot of money to get to spend on it, but it means I don't have to pay the points for it. There we go. Worm's unstoppable bid there. I doubt anyone will top it. That was crazy money to sink on a cow catcher. But that power And most of all, that
Probably
was...
just another one of your little mistakes, but could it be that you just placed a bid?
That was a 300-point innovation worth every penny. How's the Berlin Wall coming along? Berlin is currently only seen to by the Hadamir Fields. Actually, come to think of it, couldn't I buy this industry, tear it down? Yeah, then they wouldn't be able to provide themselves with pastries, and then their amount of things that they produce would go way down. It's still better. Well, that might be easier than tearing away all of Haramir Field's grain, because it's still going to siphon off to Berlin. That's a good idea, but a very expensive one. Why is that device called a cow catcher? Because of all the bleeding cows that get in the way. Would they not build a new one? Not if I built another completely useless industry. Pardon me, hiccup in here like no tomorrow. And I don't know how that's sounding on the RTX voice. Probably not great. Oh well. Magdeburg to Brunswick to Hanover to Bremen, with Bremen also feeding Brunswick. But Magdeburg should be fed quite happily by Leipzig. It'll be okay. A warehouse storing all of Faramir's grain output might do the trick. No, the warehouse would fill up and then there's... I need to eat all of that grain. No, what I should do is just get rid of that industry. And I kind of have the money to do it now, but buying it wouldn't be enough. I'd have to buy it, destroy it, and then replace it with something else. Come to think of it, I bought it and destroyed it. What would I get for it? Oh well, no, that money is better invested in making more money right now. My favourite kind of money. Lots of stuff flowing out of Baron's Granary, which is good. I also need to check off on my list that we've added Baron's Granary. Hate to do double ups here. Brunswick and Hanover, let's link you up. It feels so satisfying linking up different places, it really does. I think I will have you here.
I congratulate you on your new station.
What is he trying to convey with that voice? I need somebody to tell me, because it's beyond me. That's not the right place to connect. Over you go. Down you go. And bring you together. And I did do it correctly. Nice. I was worried that I didn't there. Didn't even cost me all of my money, surprisingly. Make sure everyone goes the Queen's way. Everybody is supply towered up. Over here, because I'm never going to build something into something that tall there. Now, Brunswick is a sorry state of a town. It's not been growing at all. It doesn't get enough fulfillment. It's close, but it needs either vegetables or meat to complete the circle. It even gets the wood here. Actually, vegetables are a little in short supply around here, aren't they? That's the closest veggies I can get them. Far away. Too far away to even consider. So instead they're going to be meted up by Bremen. Not that that's necessary right now, because I could just bring Magdeburg, Brunswick together and they will do express for me. And everybody that wants out of Brunswick can get out of Brunswick. And then I just wait to get the money to connect up Hanover and then Bremen. Also, here we go. We've actually got some peat here. Now, I don't know when people demand wheat. Could Elbing tell me about it? Peat. Peat is required at 86,000 people there. Gotcha. Greetings from YouTube land, says Matt Sayo. Well, welcome. Congratulations on the ascension out of YouTube scrubbery. A promoter. Oh, I got this stoker that I was missing out on. A promoter can be utilized in all cities and will attract a great number of new citizens. If utilized in a declining city, the promoter will be less effective. Well, what does he do? He attracts a great number of new citizens for 6 months. That's a lot of time to bring in a lot of new people. Now that sounds great, and it'll work best in somewhere that's growing. Sadly, a lot of these places aren't growing because they've grown to the point where they have more demands that I'm not meeting. But it says he works in all cities, right? Ah, right, no, he has to be told to work in one particular place. Kongsberg is in real upswing right now. I could certainly pump that one up a lot. But I'm also wondering if it's truly worth it. Even though they get bigger, that's not what my focus is on right now. I'd rather... The paper industry is owned by an AI. Yeah, I know that, because I didn't build it. I still want to connect you up with this wool. That wool could be money for me. Especially since Elbing wants it as well. Look at these trains of trains waiting to get into Elbing. I really need to sort this out, but I don't really want to. The thing is, Elbing has a lot of things coming in from all sorts, and it's being handled very inefficiently by this one place. Their pigs and their supplies for clothes should really go into a warehouse. But, you know, not sure I care that much about it. It will be dealt with in due time. Yeah, forget that. I'm focusing on central Germany here. Can't worry about every egg that we break in this omelette, known as Germany. Second station north of Elbing will make Danzig happier. Yes, however, if I set up multiple stations, I need to tell the trains specifically which station to go to, and that's a big pain that I don't want to deal with yet. I will handle that when I go and restructure northern Germany. Ooh, wow, I feel powerful when I say that. Restructure northern Germany. Sounds like a dream come true. Is this good enough for you to make your way across that? Good, I shouldn't have to handle contours and I can still get out over on this way. Great. So Hanover, go and connect up with that. Should be fine. Shouldn't even need to worry about that, actually. And then when I have the money, this one will connect as well. Then we'll have a train going between them. And these trains aren't carrying that much, are they? Actually, you've got a full load. But these are just the people that were desperate to leave Brunswick. There will be others. But perhaps not as many. I have been signaling. Good. Signal, supply, and loco. Now, the big one is getting Bremen linked up to both of them. Should Bremen go through Hanover or have its own dedicated route down to Brunswick? Ooh. The thing is, where else would Bremen's line go? Well, it would go north up into here, wouldn't it? There are many ways up. No, I think it can just go through Hanover. Hanover is not going to be so busy that it's going to be punished by having people going through it, so that'll be okay. Make sure it has its... I should make sure all of them have their maintenance stations. They are free, and they should be made. Grain was a problem for these folks, wasn't it? Yeah, this grain needs to go down to here as well. And there's good money to be had there. Dang good money. Do it tight. Tight as a tiger. There we go. There we go. Hopefully that's not so tight that I can't put a signal in. Oh, it is. That could actually bite me in the rear end. So it means anyone trying to make this is going to stop all the way back here. And I need to wait for clearance for it. That might have been a bad call. I want them to be able to go onto that and then stop within the turn. Glad I caught that, actually. So there is a reasonable idea to making this fairly lengthy. And look at that, this thing automatically knows the right place to put those. Hopefully that's not too... Oh, that probably is too short. Ah, whatever. Won't worry about it, just get it done. Point is, Brunswick and Hanover are going to want a lot of Baron's granary. So don't burn it down and don't anger Neptune, because that grain is flowing. Just going to be an expensive operation replacing all of these Odins. So hopefully I have tons of money when that time comes around. Bremen, surprisingly, is on the up, and it'll be even more on the up when it gets... Oh, you're already getting these things. Well, you're going to get a lot of piggies out of me. Aren't larger Y junctions better, because there's more space for trains to wait without blocking multiple lines? Exactly. I just wanted it small so it didn't take up too much space, but that was the wrong thing to prioritize. It still might be too small, but I'm only going to deal with that if it's a problem. Something that works and is active now is better than something that's perfect much too late. Let's tear down somebody's field. Ooh, almost too close to that place. But almost is not too close. Bit more money, please, and done. And what's this? Track clearance. But you're just waiting for this, that's okay. I love how you set this line up, you make the train, and this thing, when it arrives, is making me 16 grand, paying for the train and then some already. And everything after that is just sheer profit. It's even better if it's an express train between places, because then it makes profit on the way back as well. Or, say, delivering Hanover's pastries to Bremen for money, and then bringing Bremen's sausages to Hanover for even more money. It's just lovely. Goodness, this game certainly is very lovely. I am sorely tempted to connect up this using that other line, but it's too expensive to justify. We'll just go through Hanover. Efficiency, cost, aesthetics, profit. There are a lot of things to consider when building here. Feels good. It feels very good. Alright, let's get these trains rolling. Odin, I want you going from Bremen to Hanover, and I actually want 2 of those. And then I want actually Bremen to Brunswick, and I want 2 of those as well. Might be a little ambitious, but we're doing it anyway. Now, the reason I'm not just doing Bremen to Hanover and Hanover to Brunswick is I need those Bremen sausages over here. And in order to get those sausages, I'm actually going to compete with, what's her face? What is her face? I forget. Pomme de la something or other to get those sausages. What? Who is she? Oh, I think I saw something I like. The bank is offering me a $1.1 million loan, you say? I'm going to use that to pay off my loan. Ah, shoot. Ah, I can't get the other... Okay, right, that was a mistake.
Little competition creates business, so my new station won't do any harm.
Where is she stationing up? Oh, you rotter. I will end you. Oh, I will actually end you. Alright, I'm going to pay off that other crappy loan, take out another 1.1 million, and destroy her. Back from class in time for a Jake stream? Absurd. You were the one doing maths and physics, right, Nick? I'm not like Worm, I can't do a categorical knowledge of everyone around here, but I can try at least a little bit. There we go. Ah, dang. Right, it's the value. Right, there's a value, not a set number of them. Gotcha. Okay, well, I guess I won't quite buy you out just yet. Dang, you're expensive. 4 million marks, though. That's not unthinkable. I'm not even sure I've had 1 million marks before, but I got them now. BT needs to die, but we can make a headway here by creating ourselves another small train station right on Reef Breeding. And we're going to rename it because we have the power to do so. Might even sling you in from the north rather than the south. Yeah, that seems quite easy for us.
You might not have realized, but I have already connected this business to my network.
Yeah, I must have missed that, BT. Funny. Very fun. Whoa. Well, just that one little change has saved me quite an oozy doozy on this one. Now, one train going back and forth might be enough for a wee while. So I'll be alright with this. But I will want to change that later on. New loco, Odin, get moving. 19 weeks. It's a little confusing because the game passes in days, some things are measured in weeks, and some things are measured in months. You need 2.4 piggies per month, and a month is 4 weeks. And that's kind of like 5... Oh, I'm going to actually need 2 train loads here, haven't I? Curses. Oh well. Double line we do. It's not the end of the world. You know, the man with 1,000,000 marks. And we're not quite in hyperinflation Germany yet. I'm sure I'll be okay. Get yourself supplied up. Get yourself maintenanced up. And get yourself named up. The name reading is Too Blase. I think we're going to call this Pizza-rific Salami. Much better name. I'm glad you agree. Chewing our way through all the pigs on the map, but pigs are high in demand in Germany. The 1830 to 1930 epoch in the others, it's all weeks, no months. I'm aware of that, it's just still rather strange. Why not just make it all weeks? What's the problem? Can the game not handle a long game like that? The reason I'm playing it like this is because I want a long game. That wood doesn't reach Bremen, does it? No, but Bremen deserves the wood, and we shall give it to it. So... A single train station should... A single small train station should suffice here. As usual, I put my supply line in a horrible area. Magdeburg, do you get wood? You don't. Okay, well, you've got a lot of supplying to do from the Forest Isles here. I might just give you your own supply station. Yeah, that makes more sense. This won't be the cheapest thing to do.
So you think that is a good idea?
What were they thinking when they wrote this? Maybe it sounds better in German, but I have my doubts. Just have you come together here. I find a lot of the supply station, the RGO factories do not need a lot of they don't often need double railed in the station themselves because there's such large turnaround times for them. But I hope I'm not wrong on that one. I also hope this can satisfy everything. Maybe. I'm still going to get rid of these signals just in case and make hopefully better ones. Hopefully that's alright. I still find this very ill-placed. It is extremely ill-placed. I'd be better off putting it almost anywhere else. There and here. Seems much better already. These seem unsignaled for some reason. There's that. Where you go, wood. This is going to be the Aki shopping. How to connect you all up together. There's a lot of wood to flow here, and it does also need to hit Bremen. I might as well just send it to all 4 places. It can handle it, and I can handle the locos. A lot of money to invest into this, and invest I shall. Now, it might seem weird to do it for Brunswick, since Brunswick already gets all the wood they could need. Actually, I've got a different idea. I'm going to have you go Magdeburg, and I'm going to take... do we have this in alphabetical order? Oh, it only shows the ones that have spawned in the map first. Right, well, we'll get rid of the first one out. I'm going to combine the one that goes to Hanover with the one that goes to Brunswick so it can go dit. Otherwise, if I just had Brunswick and Aki Chopping, it would mostly go unfilled. So yeah, Aki Chopping to Hanover to Aki Chopping to Brunswick. That should do it. Ah. I had the German voices, but Inventor, do you take my stuff or give it to me? You give me that. Worth it every time. I've got a stoker with no task. Well, that's going to change now. Bremen to Brunswick. Yeah, that sounds like a job for a choker. Oh, stoker. Good enough. How about the wood to Kongsberg? They still make paper. Yeah, it would be good to bring wood over there. And I've got wood right here and cloth. I can get both of those into Kongsberg. In fact, there are veggies here as well, which means I could stop taking vegetables from Meow's Greens up through this way. In fact, that would be fantastic. This would cut a lot of the choke point here. Yep, that's exactly how I'll do it. Ebbing, do you get cloth? You do. And you need cloth. But I would honestly like to stop bringing the cloth from here to there because this whole place is far too much of a choke point. Yeah. Main double line down here. Bring those in. Should be fine. Alternatively, it's not unthinkable to make another train station. You need to physically be in the city there, though, so I'd have to have it going over there just to link up these things. I'd rather keep it to one station if I can. But just look at how busy it is. I might be moving some things away from this side, but I'd just be throwing it over to the other side. Warehouses yells sticky mapley goodness. I don't want to use warehouses yet. I maintain no warehouses just yet. And if that's more fool me, then it's more fool me. Could make a second station here and make sure that all these things go into it. I'm being honest, Jake cannot properly pronounce that name now, even if he took German lessons, so I called it that in order to get him to recognize the location. Oh, so that's why you call it Kongsberg. Look, I know what Kongsberg is. And I know people have been going on about, well, you have. You need to cool your jets. Yeah, you know, I think it is second station time. Oh, but I can't build it here for some reason. Because it collides with another building. Really? Which building are you colliding with? Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter what it says, what matters is what it does. Also, it should probably be a large train station. Oh god, the cost is too high. Think of all the other places I could link up with that kind of money. Nope, forget it. It's just gonna have to be a choked up station. Still, wood and vegetables coming into Ebbing. Ebbing and Kongsberg for that matter. How are we doing this though? Can I get both of them in one? That doesn't really matter. A wee station will do. I wouldn't have any small train stations towards the end of the game, I think, because they unload slower than big boy stations. Do the tightest one first. I want you coming down to here as cheap as possible. Bridges, oh, not on my watch. Let's level this out a bit. Say no to bridges. Say yes to incline. And the prices I pay for all this. Thinking about it, you could just come in like so. And you could head out like so. Tightest one first. Should be okay. And if it's not okay, I'm sure we'll hear about it. Just get you supply tower there or so. Great, except it's not great enough. I also want you to go up and supply Kongsberg with veggies and wood, and that will actually stop more congestion into Ebbing, or Elbing. So he hopes. Can I actually make this reasonably run in through this? Make this quite spacious, shall we? Still feel that... Oh, okay, it won't like that then, fair enough. Alright, these names need to be changed, of course. That is no name for a vegetable farm. If we're going to have that, we're going to need Ilbo Manor. And I like the chopping name here, but Osterman, not good enough. For the wood, we want the Silzo clearing. Now again, you're going to supply Elbing and Kongsberg. Not Danzig though, that seems way too absurd for you. Odin, make it so. Make it so. And really make it so. Now that's a long journey. We're going to need more than one of you for that, I'm quite certain. Now that's all well and good. Kongsberg, do you make multiple trips down to Ebbing and Danzig? Kongsberg to Danzig, Kongsberg to Ebbing, Kongsberg to Ebbing again. It should be okay. You get... Oh, you do not get enough sausages. Is that because Ebbing doesn't get enough? I mean, you're supposedly ploughing out the meat as fast as you can, but I guess we have a higher demand than we can manage. You've got all this stuff for export. Come on, Danzig to Kongsberg. We need more of them. Probably a lot more of them. It's bringing back all the sausages it can, but it's clearly not enough. I'll make another one. And I'm going to take the veggies here. Let's see. Unfortunately, I've got the name of the old thing here rather than the greens. I wonder if... Oh, that's probably because I duplicated them. Well, that makes my life easier, because I can take these duplicates and delete them. Manage train. Delete train. Bye-bye. And this other one, you're on your way back, so it makes even more sense to just straight up delete you. There we go, and that's a couple of trains taken out of Elbing, although I then added some more. And I also want this cloth to go to Kongsberg. Just a tiny little line. Pretty inconsequential. Extremely inconsequential. Whoa, no. Say no to building these bridges, thanks. And honestly, the costs for this should make themselves up pretty swiftly. Wasn't I keen on reducing that going into Elbing as well? This will be fine. However, at the place here, I'd like you to make sure that you're maxed out. Now, also, need more wool names. It feels good to be grabbing up all these different industries, and since I have a spreadsheet up now, I'm also filling that up. It gives me a sense of progression that feels really good. Right, if there's one thing Twink Fox Asher would really like, it's a barn full of animals, so he can finally have that. Get your maintenance building, build up your supply tower. Fill me this realization that was the supply tower that I didn't build somewhere down here. Hang on, before we think about that. Do we have the Halbach, not Halbach Estate, the Bunny Collective goes to Elbing and Danzig. I'm sure it's fine. One of my routes here, I feel like I didn't give it a... Oh no, there it is, and I think that was the one way that I made here. Oh, it's all good then. Hanover's growing, Bremen has grown. You're waiting for track clearance? I guess you really pump out the numbers, don't you? Not a bad thing, though. Brunswick, however, does not grow. Why? No sausages, minimal grain. No vegetables, either. Minimal grain? Are you telling me... Well, you are telling me that no grain gets down here. Well, you're turning it all into pastries, I suppose. Baron's Granary. You surely pump one out to Brunswick, right? You do, and it's on its way right now. But they need more, clearly, so here's another. How about Hanover? They're okay, but it's the lack of vegetables around here that's hurting. Do I have some nearby veggies for all these starving Germans? This is as close as we can do it. And it's really ill-located. I just want to buy out my competition, make my life so much easier. But I also want the Iron Duke, and that would also make life easier. Let's work our way down towards it. 200 points next, and I can grab it. Any train station I do around here would have to go over or under their tracks, all to get vegetables out here. And bringing vegetables over long distances isn't doing me any particular favors. I want that vegetable farm. I could make a slightly larger station. That would rope it in. It would also give me, especially if I added some signaling control, more freedom for pumping out said vegetables. Yeah. That's...
You might not have realized, but I have already connected this business to my network.
Might give me a good reason to do a bypass from Bremen around here, because I want those vegetables to come down and hit everywhere here. But it's already going to be expensive enough to get the line down here. I could even just hook it into Bremen's line and then they can just flow up and down here. Hopefully it doesn't get too busy around these choke points, but this is already quite the joke point. Expensive to upgrade them just for that. You're losing so much by not buying industries and farms before you connect them, says Pretendless. Perhaps. Perhaps. But the thing is, the way I see it, is buying up the industries would cost me a lot of money. And I would rather spend that money on connecting up more and more places and getting more trains flowing between them. Is that optimal? I don't know. I've only played the campaign and one scenario in this game. This isn't like Patrician 4 where I'm quite confident I know every damn thing about the game. So too bad. Okay, this is just peeing money away. Let's try and make this a little bit more sane. Have you come in like so. I'm still confident there's going to be enough room to curve that around, but just in case there's not, let's give ourselves more room. Actually, we should always connect tightest first. There we go. Ooh, Trying to follow the contours a bit better than I am. Although to the game's credit, this is going to cost me a lot, however I cut it. A few curves are probably going to save me more than trying to get away from... oh god, no, I don't want that bridge to be so long though. I will take a 9% incline over dealing with... yeah, make it 6% incline. And this is the tightest one, good. The grain, for example, can be bought for 200,000. After a while, it'll cost 1.5 million. Yeah, but I'm considering... what could I do with 200,000? I could probably make a lot more money than buying out that grain. 200,000 to me now is worth a lot more than 1.5 million later on. A whole lot more. There we go. There we go, there we go. Jake has mastered the idea of opportunity cost. Well, maybe, because I don't know the amount of profit you make off of that kind of deal. Maybe it is so huge that I am shooting myself in the foot by not buying them up before I connect them. But the idea of spending that amount of money on all the buying up these industries just makes me think it is a bum deal. Titus first, and then this can be forced. There we go. Yeah, it's the Phantom of Venice music kicking in. Ah, a lot of happy memories for me with that game. As a scientist, your cost for upgrading is through the roof. Oh yeah, that's another point, isn't it? Upgrading business is 70% more. I want the industries to upgrade themselves. Jengs, I thought I was doing myself a favour having a big meal before this so I'd be able to keep going. Basically, Pretendless, I don't think you're right. You might be right, though. So I'm not telling you you're wrong. But I'm saying that this feels more right to me. Unfortunately, I'm the one that's playing. What is that? That's not a Latin alphabetical letter. Right, let's have you connected up, and before we go any further, give this a proper name for a vegetable farm. I'm thinking we're going to call these guy Lemos Greens, even though they're... Well, potatoes can go green. And they're not necessarily worse for it. Go, Odin. We got places to be. Straight to Hanover. Another Loco. These will probably always be running full. Who else needs my veggies? Do you want them in Magdeburg as well? Oh god, all these people are starving for vegetables. Leipzig? Oh, ravenous. This is... Oh my goodness, I'm actually out of money for them. Good thing it's a double station there. Green potatoes are literally poisonous. Yeah, but people eat poisonous things all the time. Sometimes they're good for you. On your way to Leipzig. Probably clone that one. Leipzig's going to need a lot of those. Did I make the one to Magdeburg yet? Guy Lemos Greens to Oh, it doesn't show up until it spawns. That's a huge pain in my butt. Even Dresden doesn't get the veggies. At this point, surely I'd be better off meeting it with veggies here. Someone needs to tell these Germans to eat their greens. Hopefully they can get a decent speed going, even though I made this incline. 20... Oh man, it's... Oh right, it's because the signal wasn't ready for them. It's okay. Oh, they're waiting for them to produce more vegetables, but that should really up the level of this preserve because I'm utilizing it entirely. Hopefully it'll upgrade for us. Oh, you didn't you didn't get enough for Leipzig? Okay, well, I'm hoping this thing upgrades itself. I could buy it out. I do want a lot of them here, but the cost of me upgrading it is huge. I mean, astronomically huge, forget that. I'm more focused on one thing, and that is buying out BT von Pomp. It's going to cost 4 mil, though. I sure don't have 4 mil for this tiny network is an insult. Surprised Rostock isn't growing. No pastries, no veggies. could connect you up, but you don't get enough pastries done. Poor girl, she has no access to pastry making. That is grim. Oh no, that's not true. She could go to Flemsburg. Plenty of pastries in Flemsburg. But your other problem is no veggies, as usual. And this veggie farm, as we can see, has problems. Oh, ooh, right. Got myself an accountant. Locomotive purchase price by 10%? Yeah, please. Very much, please. Let's get ourselves this creative applicant. Sounds like a good guy. And just chuck him on any train we see. Because all that matters is that we stock ourselves up on personnel. And then late into the mid or late game, we'll put them onto our most profitable lines. Oh, wow, we've actually made our way over to the far reaches of Western Germany. Oldenburg. I got wood. Bremen could do with wood. Didn't I have a wood farm here? Aren't you going to Bremen? You should be. It's taking you so long. Perhaps Bremen's desire for wood is so large that we're not actually feeding it enough. Ah, they'll be fine though. Print money, hyperinflation, here we come. Just 80 more years. That's alright, I will make such a rigorous and perfect Hanseatic network across Germany that they will not suffer hyperinflation. They will only suffer hyperproductivity. Every German's dream. Apparently you're getting grain. Really? Oh, that grain line's supplying you as well. Ooh. Tell me, am I sending this grain all the way up? Is it going as far as Bremen? Well, it's going as far as Hanover, but Hanover already gets this grain. Connecting up Oldenburg with Bremen would be rather nice. As long as the pigs are flowing, and Bremen can keep up, and Bremen can give you that, you'll all get access to wool as you need it. Oh yeah. Yeah, linking up Oldenburg is just one good bridge away. We'll make it so then. A lot of the money I see in this game is made from hauling people and goods from A to B. That's why I'm also really not sold on the buying businesses thing in the early game. Yes, it'll be much
As I
cheaper.
See, you are set to expand further.
Ugh. That guy made me completely lose my train of thought. Can't forgive him. But it was probably a really good thought. Did I make this more expensive by doing that? Yeah, I did. Okay, well, I'll do it that way then. He has to cover Austria-Hungary too. Their railways are crippling. Yeah, that's kind of why I've not been focusing on that. Rather been focusing on these far more profitable areas. Alright, Oldenburg to Bremen. Nice and easy. And now these locomotives are even cheaper. Seems like a multiplicative reduction in price though, but any reduction in price is a good reduction for me. Bremen's going to want that wool very soon. Do any of the others want it? Not yet, but they'll get there. Sugar beets, wood. Didn't Bremen want some wood? Bremen does want some wood. I can actually cut down the Aki chopping and bring it over to here. Makes a world of sense. Ooh, I'm starting to tread on the Mafia man's toes. The Lederhosen man himself. He's got a bit more of an extensive network than Von Pom here, but mine eclipses all of them. As well it should. Have you feed up and you feed down? Yeah, I guess so. It's not a big investment for me to bring over this wood. Small train station. Here we go. That line in the end is probably going to come down this way. No, it's okay.
So you think that is a good idea?
A great idea, Von Pom. Another woody place, though. We're going to call this the Not Home Forest. You know, forest is a bit blah. A lot of things are going to be called forests. I think we're going to call you the Not Home Hollow, like Sleepy Hollow. A film that really scarred me as a child. Thank you, oldest brother, for showing me that. Was a good move though. Don't need any wimps in the family. Cute bunny movie. There we go. Lovely parallel track. Don't need it all going that way though. And as long as you... Oh, see, this is a little tricky because both these are the... No, that'll be fine. I just force you in. Ah, no, no. See, those S shapes. Those S shapes are... They're wrong, basically. They are wrong. Let's get you in like that instead. Have you together. Move this as tight as it can get. Bada bing, bada boom. One way, the Queen's way. And keep it well supplied. These Odins have been carrying me for a long time. In fact, I got an achievement there. Traffic Chaos. What does Traffic Chaos represent? 100 locomotives in use. Excellent. Sounds like how it should be. Not Home Hollow goes to Bremen again. Since this one doesn't seem to be doing everything I need it to. But I'm still going to leave it there. I don't think it's too busy yet. I had an experience like that with The Ring. I didn't sleep for 3 days. What, you thought the beastie thing would come out from under the covers and get you? Can't remember much about The Ring. I didn't find it very scary though. I don't get it with these horror movies thinking that these little girls are somehow going to be very scary. Think how physically weak they must be. You break their backs across your knee easily enough. Right, before this takes a turn for the worse, Not Home Hollow should be connected up. I think I made Oldenburg go with a regular line. I think. Oh, I guess I'm wrong. Odin, let's get you going from Oldie to Bremen. I swear I made that line already. Well, evidently didn't. There you go. Oh wait, there's Oldenburg to Bremen. Yeah, I duplicated it by accident.
This
That's okay, though.
technology is mine now. Thanks for your work.
Damn it, I paid for that cowcatcher and he just stole it from me. The rotter. There's something missing here, something called signals. And as soon as the second one, Oldenburg to Bremen, appears... Oh, but it's full of people. Yeah, but that's because this one will be full... Oh, it is full of people. Okay, well, I guess I don't mind 2 of them running. It's not going to be the end of the world. Sausage maker in Brunn. It's unprofitable, and yet they're trying to sell it for that much money. Forget that. I don't even supply Brum. Of course, if I did, it wouldn't be unprofitable now, would it? Now, Brandenburg is in decline. It's in an even worse state than Berlin. At least Berlin gets a bit of grain. Brandenburg gets a bit of nothing, not even the grain. Because I'm drinking all the grain out of Baron's granary. It's all going down by train. Sucks to be you, Brandenburg. Would be even better if I took all of Haramir's fields, but Haramir Fields upgraded itself to keep Berlin alive. Bah humbug. You know what? I really feel like we should burn down Berlin here. Is Berlin out of range of even piggies? I think it is. Oh, it would start an auction rather than anything else. But I doubt anybody would try to buy it, and if they did, then that's just big losses for them. No, that's too much money right now. I need to keep to my focus of buying out, what's her face? Palm and Friends. Bremen is so close to wanting that wool, and they're still an upswing. It's good. Lots of things are good. Even better when I get the Iron Duke, and that's going to be expensive, but we work our way towards it regardless. And I am a big shot in northern Germany. Rostock continues to bother me with its lack of growth. I need to bring it either vegetables or pastries, and it's suffering on both. Now I could have a direct line going from Landsberg over to there, but Landsberg just doesn't get enough wheat to make the pastries that it needs. Now I could supply it with more wheat, surely. Haramir's fields to Landsberg. There's only one of them. Let's change that. Let's make there be two. And let's make Landsberg have a dedicated line. Landsberg to Rostock. A little extensive, but we'll have it anyway. You made me an auctioneer since you don't play as the dandy industrialist. Yeah, I don't mind the auctions though. Doesn't bother me at all. Oldenburg wants a lot of grain. But didn't I connect you up with grain? No, I don't think I did. No. I should definitely connect you up with Oldenburg so Oldenburg's pastries can flow into Bremen. Although they're already trying to flow, I can still get more money pumping you up there. Any demand for milk yet? No, milk is mysteriously a 51k civvy thing. Whoa, look at the size of the station you built here. Give it a proper big one over in Gütersloh, which can't be a real name. Yes, there's a lot of bakeries around here and not a lot of meat. There, Kessel's making the meat. I want the meat. How's the progress in the Training Act tasks so far? Pretty good. I'm worried about the male one, but I've got another 15 years to handle it. 2 out of 4 of the pop ones are done. It's okay. And a bit more, Brandenburg's pastries. If I switched these lines a bit and connected Leipzig up to Brandenburg, that could be something. The thing is, Brandenburg and Berlin wouldn't make a good yin-yang, because it's not meat and pastries there, it's just pastries and more pastries. Ah, haha, Schwerin. Of course, Schwerin, that's what I need to be working on. How could I do this then? Schwerin probably already gets their veggies, but what if I were the one to give them veggies? I could, since I already have this dragging out, connect you up over here. Yeah, it's all coming together in my head now. Titus, turn first. And whatever you think you're doing there, don't do it. Make it tight. And we're all okay. Ooh, not that tight. Wonder if I can go parallel with you. No, there's a minimum distance on that. Fair enough. Could you make a straight line, please? No, they don't want to, thanks to Contourville. Doesn't matter. I shall connect up Schwerin with... where is it? Brandenburg. My slight concern is that Brandenburg's goods will spill over to Berlin and make it grow. That's more than a slight concern. Because looking at it, things like pastries can travel from... Yep. Berlin's pastries go over to Stettin. Brandenburg's goods would flow over to Berlin. I kind of have to kill Brandenburg to also kill Berlin. What is the right thing to do here? The right thing is to admire the money. If I just let the game run for a bit, I'd make enough money to kill one pomp. But I want to keep growing so I can also kill the other 2 competitors as well. Sorry, Brandenburg, you're going to have to die along with Berlin until I can get enough of a network to take everything out of Brandenburg without it being fed to Berlin. And I can't really touch Flensburg because she's got me cut off majorly here. Produces the pastries, so it could go down into Bremen, but that's a big investment for very little payoff. This is all running fine, isn't it? No complaints. And it doesn't even look that busy in Elbing. Amazing. Nice. I've really cut down on the traffic there, probably from stopping things unnecessarily passing through it. I feel for Danzig. I want you to be a bit bigger. I wanted to get a university here as well, despite the cost. You need more clothes, but they're meant to create clothes in Elbing. Elbing has what it takes. I can only assume that there needs to be another Elbing to Danzig. How many are there? Don't tell me. Oh, here we go. Danzig to Elbing. Great. I need that cloned. And probably cloned again. Let's just make it busy, this line again. They want beer, sauerkraut. There's a lot of things they want. However, I suspect if I got Danzig the salt they were after, that would deal with their hungering for sauerkraut. And there was salt somewhere. Oh, I'm so close, Iron Duke. Right, the Germans are crying out for sauerkraut. Let's give it to them. Locate the salt first. Where's the salt? Oh, it's all south. Oh, it's all very south. Oh my goodness, I gotta traverse the earth to get this sauerkraut. But I do have a route up to Berlin for that sauerkraut. For that salt. The question is, which route would I rather take? This salt seems the best call. Breslau could have a better station in here. Breslau wants a bunch of stuff. It stopped growing. Did I not bring them wood? I mean, look, Elkhorn's clearing could surely... Yeah, Elkhorn's clearing's doing fine. Elkhorn, bring Breslau its wood. And Breslau, if you could be so kind, can I delete you right now? Ah, that would reset this one. Okay, hopefully it'll get it done and get out of here fast enough. I'm going to shift Breslau over to a bigger station with controls. I'm going to get this salt all the way up to Berlin, and it's probably going to need multiple trains because Berlin... Right, get out of there. Now off you trot. Train station with signaling control. Get that positioning just right so it lines up dang near perfectly. Pull it away a bit so I can make it.
You are set to expand further.
Tell, don't show, right? Now I believe that'll have replaced any train that had its old station just fine. Don't need to worry about that, probably. And now let's open our first salt mine. Should only need a small train station. Although it'll have a few trains, they're going to be going a long way. So it shouldn't be a concern. It will, however, still need to be double tracked up to here. Is that good enough? Yeah, probably. I got enough money to not need to worry about these costs too much. Get that tight as it can be. No prizes for being sloppy. Do that as well. Cheeky wee supply tower. Cheeky wee maintenance building. And now, this is a journey that's going to take forever. But we're going all the way up to Danzig. It's going to take 2 years. Okay, I have a feeling we're going to need a few of those. 3 will have to do for now because it doesn't have enough stocked up. Also, we need a better name for the salt mine. A good name for a salt mine, huh? For some reason, the Jagger salt mine comes to mind. Don't know why. No, it's not 10 years. It's 120 weeks, which is under 2 years. Slightly over 2 years. Would you like to buy our business of sugary beets for 310,000 Dutch marks? No, I would not. Whilst that might be a very cheap rate to get a farm for, I can't utilize it to that degree, whereas I can utilize this million connecting up other cities. What if you double the railways again from 2 to 4 railways? That's a big undertaking. I'll be doing the big railway undertaking when I sweep across the whole nation and segregate express lines from freight lines. That is the plan. For now, though, ooh, we can go down to Weimar. Dang, how did I not see this opportunity to expand? Right, Weimar. Sure, is there somewhere that does pastries around here? Bayreuth does pastries. Could have a lovely bit of yin-yang going on here, as long as I can feed in the meat and the... Ah, well, there are the piggies. Piggies for the meat. But where's the grain going to come from? Well, right there. Ooh, there's Wurzburg as well. In fact, that could be even better. Weimar to Wurzburg. Weimar to Wurzburg. Bayreuth. Zurich. I don't even need to cross the water for this. This is pretty good. What I do need to cross, though, is this terrifying mountain range. But I have what it takes to do that. I believe in me. Now, how are we going to connect up? I think Leipzig... Connecting up via Leipzig feels like a risky proposition here. Could make it work, though. It'll probably take longer because of waiting on other trains. I've long since lost track of what that was about. I will want this wood coming out south to supply these, unless... Was there also wood here, elsewhere? Ooh, well, there's good access to grain here. I also don't need to cross a path for it. Oh, these four would work swell together. But it's about making that first incision. You connect all the way north. It's really hard to get a full overview of how my network connects in and itself. But it could be... Ooh, well, no, this works quite well. You'll come straight down here into Zwickau. Zwickau? Great. Just great. Hey, will the bank give me more money? Of course not. Freaking banks. Can't live with them, can't murder them and take their money. There's Bayreuth. Bayreuth sounds like one of those things that I should know. Is there like a movie called Bayreuth or something? It's got that kind of feel to it, if you know what I mean. There's a lot of earthworks. Can we have less of that? There we go. There we go. Now you are connected up. Let's get your maintenance station going. Let's celebrate by having a swift little loco between the two. This is probably just going to move passengers, but that's okay. Is Bayreuth a city in Lebanon? I wouldn't know. Nor would I claim to know. Another train station. Med Signal Control. I guess it would be MIT Signal Control since we're in Germany. I'm going to have you connected like so, Bayreuth. Have these top ones connect up like so. Well, let's not have it cost an arm and a leg, please. Pull you in a bit. Let's not hit those contours. Oh, well, surprisingly cost-effective, that line. I was having a lot of fun playing Rune Factory 5 today, and it wasn't that exhausting until towards the end, but it really made me want to play more of this. Those two compete for my time heavily. Okay, and again, get a lovely loco going between the two. Honestly, this isn't going to be enough, so let's make another one. I don't think I bought it, did I? There we go. Have you two do that. Should be good. And I think I'm going to run out of money before I can connect all of them up, so I most certainly should just make a train station bringing you in this contourless connection. Ah, hell, just slam it in there. Oh my, I did not notice Pilsen here. Said many people throughout history, most likely. And I should double line that. It's probably going to branch off into Pilsen later on anyway. Didn't you know all about Lebanon from Scatman? Hey, he breached the topic. He was asking if anybody wants to go to Lebanon. Does anybody really care to go? Right, what are we going to call you? We're going to call you the Muley Manor. What a great map in Killing Floor that was. Recht. I forgot to check off Jagger's salt mine before as well. Right, Muley Manor, you've got your maintenance shed. Do you have your maintenance shed? You do now. Quick Loco, another Odin. God, replacing these Odins is going to be a costly affair, but thankfully I make oodles of money by now. Just watch it grow. 22, 23, 24, 25, 24 again. It's fine. Conductor, making me more mail. Well, I'll buy you out, and I think I'll... although you're not transporting any mail whatsoever, I will give you this conductor. Oh, I've got a bunch of people with no real tasks, because I pulled them off of other trains, didn't I? There you go, you can get the full works. We care about Zurich and Beirut that much. Oldenburg grows at long last. And continues to be an upsurge, although they are desperate for their vegetables. Am I bringing them their veg? Did I actually set up any train stations from here? Yeah, I made a bunch of them, didn't I? Leipzig, Hanover, Brunswick, Bremen, but not to Oldenburg. Well, we're rectifying that here and now. There we go. Can I grow big and strong if you don't eat your veggies? The name of Guy Lemo's Greens, fighting with the Prusler Preserve. We will win on this one. Everything being taken by train, but I'm quite certain we take more than our competitor does. By the way, the closer the station to the resource, the faster trains will be loading. Yeah, I don't have any numbers on how fast that is. I would love to see a GIF or a WebM that compares the two. Like for like, of course. I guess I could just test that myself. Actually, I should make a note to myself to test it. I'd write it down, but you know when you're so glued to a game you don't even want to move your hands off of mouse and keyboard? That's how I'm feeling right now. God dang, can the bank just give me some more money? Ah, Danzig grows. Now I doubt that's because they got their sauerkraut. No, they're still waiting on the salt. They'll be waiting a while on that one. I will be waiting a long while on that one. However, that guy will make me more money on this grain for certain. There you go. At least I have so many of them now that even when the other guys try to steal my staff, it won't be such a big deal. Beirut is already growing thanks to its connection with Zurich, probably because it's gotten the sausages in. Goody goody. Still needs the wood. Where was the wood I was going to link up? I swear there was one nearby, and I was like, ooh, even the wood is nearby. But it might have just been the Zess Forest. Which itself, well, needs a maintenance station, but I could just have it poke out the underbelly and hit up these, but I have a funny feeling it's not going to be sufficient enough for every... Nah, it should be sufficient for everything. Yeah, it will be. I have unwavering faith that it'll be fine. I'll need to poke out the backside of Wurzburg at some point, so no sense messing around. We shall have a train station signaling that can pop out the back when need be. But it's not really going to be a place you pass through to just yet. Oh well, it's fine.
I hope you make a good profit with your station.
I don't understand. What are they going for with that character? Actually, when Germans, when they create their media like this, do they even consider such things? Or do they just have a checklist of things a character should say and don't think further into it? So I wasn't talking about Germans, this would sound very racist. Fortunately though, it's not possible to be racist against Germans, so I'm in the clear. And I'm also in the clear on how cheap that lengthy bit of railway is. Excellent. Characters, what's that? Now back to your scheduled train, says Catan. Honorary German. Oh, I've made a boo-boo. Let's redo this one then. Oh, I should have just cut out that part of it and redid that. Oh well. I should be able to replicate that train line, no problem. It's fine here, but I wanted it cut off a bit. Actually, I'd like it a little tighter. Can we make tighter? We certainly can. I don't care so much about the inclines here, but I do care about getting it very cheap. Actually, I feel like I'm spending more money this time. Oh well, there's no undo button. This ain't Caesar 3. We hope they just hope they didn't go. Or be grateful or happy that they didn't go over the top like the TF2 medic. What was the TF2 medic not a popular character in gross Germany? I love the characterizations of all the characters in Team Fortress 2. I think I clocked over 100 hours in that game, primarily as Scout. Great game. Absolutely great. Also a real time capsule of a game. I said it about Bully and I'll say it about Team Fortress 2. You'd be hard pressed to get away with a game like that today. I mean, there's all this idea of being toxic online, and TF2 was all about being toxic, and it was great for it. The domination of others, the smack talk, the way the characters rubbed off on each other. Great stuff. That is spice. That is edge. Good edge. Now, Wurzburg like their grain. I could tap into this and bring it over, and I likely should. My friend won't like it, but I will. And he doesn't own it, so... Wait, it says private ownership. Is that different from anything else? No, it's fine. You are being dominated. The Demo Man is the greatest ambassador of Scottish culture, clearly. Well, let me think. He's a drunk. He's violent. He shouts a lot. Security guard. We like security guards around here. I'll like one even more if I bring this grain over with one. Yeah, I think I will connect you up to here. It's going to make someone very... Oh yeah, it's going to make Snobby Man here very unhappy. But that's okay. Making people unhappy kind of gives me life. How are we even going to bring this over to you, though? Might be faster just to hook it up through here rather than going through the underbelly of Wurzburg. But going through the underbelly will allow it to flow up to... I guess you don't need to... Actually, are you getting grain? You're not getting grain. Right, that is being rectified immediately. Also, none of these people are getting wood, are they? Everything is to be rectified. Typical. Spot a problem and then immediately find other problems. Right. Odin. Bring that grain up to this place so it can grow. Man, our railway network has expanded massively. Just check the mini map there. I think we ended in Lisa, Opin, and Orlov previous stream, and now we've taken over central, western, and central southern Germany. Scary stuff. And back comes chat. It's not a great place for chat, but it's the best I got for this game. Now, back to what I was thinking here. You're going to go through Wurzburg so that you can actually go further up and bring Weimar there. No, I'm having second thoughts on that. I could have it all supplied by the Muley Manor. and not have to touch this at all. It's a bit of a haul, but I think you can manage it. It's not like this place is going to be super busy. But I'm going to need more than one of those for sure, since they're producing the baked goods. And now I want you going up to Weimar. But I need to save up a bit more money first. No supply on grain to Beirut, Jake. Correct. It's not a big deal because the game will yell at you if you're lacking supplies. And it doesn't even break down a train, it just makes it go slower. A lot slower, granted, but we can handle that. How are my competition looking? I've grown far and away a lot faster than them, but it's still agonizingly expensive to buy them out. 8 million if I want Franz Lederhosen. I do want him, but at least they're not buying my stocks. Ah, right, here's the big thing. The Iron Duke. It's not a massive upgrade over the Odin, but that tractive power is a nice boost, and that top speed is almost 10 kilometers per hour more. The Waverley's an even nicer upgrade. Ah, well, it's mine now.
Call that a new locomotive? Does it have cannons as well?
One can only hope. Alright, Iron Duke. You know, one thing we didn't do, and I said I'd do it for every train we made, was take a ride along, and I don't think we've taken a ride along with Odin, so this will be the send-off for Odin. We're going over to Wurzburg. What's going on? Express. Oh, I had express things? Okay, where's Wurzburg anyway? That's Wurzburg. Let's take a solemn ride along with the Odin. With its not very time-relevant German flag here, carrying all this grain. Clipping through the engine as we look through the front area here. Doesn't get that much speed, but when you haul freight, you need a lot of power to reach your maximum speed. And we can say hello to another Odin. Hi, Odin! Bye, Odin. This one's actually fueled with coal rather than wood as well. Ah. Let's not worry about efficiency or building up our lines. Let's just enjoy the ride of the Odin. Game teasing me with an available stoker. What about modding the flag? Modding on this game, it's not the greatest for mod support. Good opportunity to let the money pile up here as well. No, I don't have time for this. Wait, is this a really good one? No, I don't have time for this. Go away. Got places to be. Now this is a little unfortunate the way I come out here. It's a choke point, and I'd get rid of the choke point by expanding the station, so I'll get to that eventually. Oh god, it's teasing me with all this personnel that's available. Just buy them, worry about what we do with them later. Actually, this train I'm on right now, you can have them all. Here's an engineer, here's a nice stoker when they work well together, and here's a conductor who keeps to himself. Wait, I have a free security guard? Well, there you go, it's all coming together. They're all happily working together. Must be going downwards here, picking up a bit of steam. The flag is time accurate. It is the one of the German Confederation 1815 to 1848 and 1850 to 1866. But I contest to you that this game will go on until 1930 and possibly beyond. Actually, it depends how long it takes for me to make this perfect railway empire. Ooh, this incline seems like it'd be pretty rough for the Odin to make its way up. Look at that poor bastard struggle. Ah, but he's just carrying express goods, no problem. I'm gonna miss the Odin. The Odin has carried me a long way. But is the Iron Duke's time to shine? Are we on an incline here? Wish I could get a bit more facts about the train as it runs here. Just overthrow the Kaiser, form the Republican Germany ahead of your time with your railway empire. Empire. But how can we form a republic if we're an empire? I hope somebody appreciates the time we're taking to marvel at the Odin here, because it is cutting into my money making. Also, there are problems popping up that I need to look into. Okay, that's enough of a send-off. I'm missing out on too many things here. Lack of operational supplies. Where? Between Bremen and Hanover. Really? Didn't I have a supply stop here? Yeah, there's one right there. What are you talking about? Oh, but between Bremen and Hanover, they don't specifically have one. Well, let's sort that out. What else is going on? Express line in danger. Well, let's do the big change. Iron Duke. Just replace everything. Cheaper than I thought, but that's because we have massive discounts on new engines, and our old engines still sell for decent dosh. So now we got this bad boy. Dang, that is bad to the bone. That looks even more fun to be riding on, although a bit more cramped, I feel. Probably get your feet absolutely covered in coal soup. Okay, that was a fun distraction, but it was still a distraction. What are we, or where are we doing? I think I was connecting up Wurzburg to Weimar, and Weimar to Zwickau. Yeah, I can do all of those things. Track connection. This is Contour City, sadly. So it's going to be a rough one. No, it's okay. We have the money. We can handle it. You're going to come up through here and into Weimar like so. And how you connect back down is really anybody's business. Let's just see what the game thinks should work. I'm not spending that much money on this. Then again, it's probably for the better just to... Nope, forget it. I'd rather die than spend that much money. Tighten it up. Ignore the extreme conditions of these contours. They're not extreme at all. Okay, 10% is a little extreme. That little bitty train, that little bitty bridge is hardly the end of the world here. But couldn't we just get rid of it like so? There we go. Bit more earthworks, cheaper than bridges. How much will a tunnel under a mountain cost? Great question. I will address that momentarily. Oh, I connected that up to the joke point. That's a mistake, but it's my mistake to make. While I'm here, though, I would really like to connect you up down here so I can bring all this wood down as well. Expensive on the earthworks, but screw it. It minimizes inclines and declines. Signal up. No, I haven't forgotten the question about the mountains. Well, maybe. Maybe I have and I just hadn't realized it. We drive the Queen's Way, whether you like it or not, and you will be made to like it. This is quite agreeable. New loco, the Iron Duke, of course. Weimar to wherever you are. And I need a bunch of these going from you as well, so... Loco, Iron Duke, Forest to there, and another Iron Duke from the Forest to here, and you guessed it, another Iron Duke going from the Forest to Bayreuth, and we're not quite done because I don't think there's another forest near enough by here to justify holding out. I mean, it's there, but, you know. Another Iron Duke. From here to there. And that should force an upgrade of Zessa's Forest if it's not already. Zessa's Forest is only level 1, and when I start taking away all the wood, they're going to go, oh geez, demand is through the roof, and build up. I really like that. It's a good way to model the societal benefits of the railway. Now, I need this to come up to Weimar. We'll do it 2 ways, right? I'll do the... Hang on, are you even going to come out of here? Yeah, you kind of will if I bring you up like so, and that's okay. Actually, it's a good opportunity to move your supply thing over here so you can see to all of them. Ooh, that's a good idea. That's a great idea. Supply tower goes here. There we go, and it'll supply all the lines that I bring along. Look at that. All the supplies they could ever need here. Trains do drive on the left, even in Germany. Don't need to call it the Queen's Way. I'm still calling it the Queen's Way. So let's take the clever way, right? Avoiding the big mountains. There's still quite a few contours to eat here, but we'll deal with it. Just try not to eat too much here, especially not... Especially not... Come on, Jake, use your words. Ooh, don't eat the piggies either. There we go, that seems quite agreeable. I want to give the pigs a bit more space, though. Expensive, but some things have to be done. So there's taking the somewhat clever route. Minimal in the amount of incline it has to take. Peaks at 5 for a small period there next to the pig farm. And even that, I'm wondering if we could reduce a bit. Well, then I just create an area of 6. Maybe you're the problem. Maybe all of this is the problem. Okay, I'm really doing it for myself here, creating myself some new problems. Oh, there we go. We reduced it to 3% incline. That's good. 188,000 for this route. Now, let's say I go, nah, that's too long. Let's just go through the freaking mountain. That's the way to do it. None of this namby-pamby going around business. We just go straight through. Shorter, undeniable. And no incline, great. But it costs almost 1,000,000 marks. Pre-inflation. So, no. Mountains are big. Carving through them, expensive. There we go. An expense to be sure, but one that we'll have. Now let's get that Iron Duke going from Wurzburg to Weimar. And I want another one going the opposite direction. And all of these places should grow at least a little bit between themselves. They'll all get the wood. They'll all get... oh, Crivens, you're going to want signaling for that, aren't you? They get their wood, their grain, their sausages. Do they actually get piggies? Oh, no, this is the pig farm. And both these people need their piglets. Alright, well, good thing I'm here to sort that. And still have the money with which to do so. I really wonder about that closer to the business, the faster it loads. I mean, look, there's not a lot of distance I can put between them. Like, there's that and that. Are you telling me that there's really a discernible difference between them? There is a difference between the size of the station and how quickly it loads and unloads, and there's plenty of tech for it. But I'd really need a controlled environment test for that in order to be convinced. Tightest first, even though they're both kind of tight in their own way. There we go. I think that automatically sets the signal to allow for full load, but I can't be sure, and it's probably no big deal either. Get a loco. Weimar, that's good. It's close, but the demand for piglets is enormous. Have a new one going from there to there. I feel like that won't be enough for Zwickau. But don't they already get some piggies coming in? Where do your piglets coming from? No, you're getting... is that coming in by train? Tell me, Max's breeder pigs, do you send any to Zwickau? Probably not, right? No, certainly not. But I'm pretty sure that this should be able to handle it. How long's that route? No real way of telling unless I check the train itself. Alright, discard that. It'll be fine, but what's not fine is not having a good name for this. Although I appreciate the name Fattening, we can do better than that. We're going to call this Shluy Pigs. Can we call it Shlui's Pigs? We can. Amazing. Take that off the list. My inner German is coming out, says TBW. The useless bridge in the Wurzburg-Weimar line is driving me insane. There's a useless bridge. I must have missed it. Well, let's follow this along. Sadly, I can't really speed this up except for zooming away a bit. Well, that is pretty useless, isn't it? But it's also no big deal. Since it's a double line, I get that parallel bonus anyway, so it's not the end of the world. Nor will it ever be. Waiting for track clear. I think that's just because I set up all these trains to go. I don't think anything's truly waiting. Express line in danger. I don't really worry about express lines. I thought it was great, but honestly it's not that great. Laser kiwi fruit. Brilliant naming on my part, I must say. So Wildlife Crossing, 150 years before they became popular. I like that justification. I'll stick to that. So Zwick is growing nicely. Bayreuth is not yet, but it will once it gets its fruit, once it gets its wood. No veggies down here, sadly. I don't really care about promoting right now. Promoters are great, but it's not necessary right now. Unless I really want to clear off some of these tasks. To be clear, these tasks are meaningless. I don't need to pay attention to any of them. But I should get them all done, right? It would be a shame not to. I don't care about doing them in half the time, which is what gets you the big points, but should try, right? Ratisbon. I could connect you up to Bayreuth. The thing is, you're both places that do pretzels and others. Ooh. You're a meaty place, and you're a less meaty place. Connecting you two would be great, as long as I can connect you up with... Oh, veggies! I need the vegetables over here for all these places, because I don't think I really connect any of them up with veggies. There is a veggie farm here. I could steal these veggies and feed it into the entire network here. Yeah, there's something to be said for that, isn't there? I'd need a reasonable sized train station to suckle away those veggies, but it could be done. It could definitely be done. And all these people are going to want these vegetables. There's a great demand for it. It's only level 1, but it would almost certainly grow with my investment. By the way, how much would it cost? We're going to do it because I've been moaned at for not having bought these before. I'll start a little auction for it. Did I spy a connection bonus? Oh ho ho, that's just money sitting on the table.
What are you going to do with that? You really should pay more attention to your money.
Maintenance requirements? Nah. Transport fee? Yeah. Bridges? Nah. No big deal. What's the next train I'm working towards? That should be the big tech thing I look for. Oh, no, no, no. I should be looking for the mail car and the... I don't really want more freight revenue. It's more about bringing in raw freight. But when it comes to customers, I definitely want more revenue out of them. So a mail car and a dining car would be great on all future express lines. But I'm not focusing express. That's not a big deal. I mean, we just did our big upgrade to the Iron Duke, but... I'm still caring more about mixed. The Rhine 240, almost 11 kilometers per hour faster, almost 10% more tractive power, good for mixed. Yeah. In fact, if I went 1, 2, 3, I could have it. And I think that's a bit more important than the rest of these things. The difference is these would be completely unused, but 62 kilometers per hour is too much power to say no to.
Oh, this new locomotive looks adventurous.
Damn, the locomotives don't count as innovations, do they? I see that didn't go up when I unlocked that one. Still, I could get those too and get another couple of cheap ones. I could get the mineral oils and maybe... Oh, yeah, well, there's my external image. And then pop my way over to Waverley and then Rhine. Because that Rhine looks so good. Yeah, trains don't count as innovations, I gotcha. Right, that's a good connection bonus, even if you're not going to go anywhere. I mean, who actually wants sugar beets? Sugar beets is required at 58,000 pops, so I would have to transport it all the way up to Danzig. Speaking of Danzig, here's your university. And that should get me a staggering 1 more research point per month. Doesn't sound like a lot, but really it's about a 5-6% improvement. Ebbing's looking fine. Jake, when are there more whiskey reviews? I haven't been drinking much lately, so it's hard to review stuff that I don't drink. I enjoy doing them, but they're usually done after having a good drink. And I've not been doing any of that lately. For shame. I think I'll just take the money and run, though. There's no reasonable place to actually take this to. Thank you, but no thank you. Easy there. Don't want to delete all of that. What was I just doing? I was looking at these... Oh, that's right. I just bought this vegetable farm. Owned by Worm himself. And let's make it a big deal. Get ourselves a train station. Perhaps complete the signaling control, because I do want to actually take a lot of these out. And it needs to connect up to Wurzburg. So if I stick you there...
This will look bad on your books.
It will not. He's lying. You're lying! It's not an insurmountable incline, and I'm going to have a bridge anyway, so we'll do it like so. There we go. Not the biggest fan of that coming in just through the one point there, but I want to keep this open for when you're going to flow down to... yes, Stuttgart. Which isn't off the cards. I could connect these two up. They'd have a nice bit of yin-yang. It's just... Where's the meat? Oh, Ulm! Ulm is on the map! And it's in a horribly awkward situation, flanked by mountain and river. But Einstein. We must think of Einstein. Okay. This is no good name for a tatty farm. I think we'll call you the... and I don't know why, but somebody's called it Sirius Ugu. Decided to join in on Patreon, wanted their name put into the blender. So there we go. We'll have some serious veggies coming in. As if there were any questions about this still being a weeb channel. Get yourself your free maintenance building. And we've made staggering progress, the fact that this has only been going for 2.5 hours. Happy with that, and I'm even happier to get more Iron Dukes rolling. Go to Wurzburg. And then go to Shilui. No, not Shilui's Pigs. That's not a city. Weimar, now that's a city. It's going to take a year to get there. What's the year's demand for vegetables in Weimar? The monthly demand is only that. And they're 12 months in a year, so they're actually going to be doing just fine. I might even be oversupplying these, but I'm not going to worry too much about efficiency. It's better to do a good job quick than a perfect job that takes forever. Because I don't have forever. There should be a route that takes you all the way up there. Yeah, that's clean. Ruby, now get on it. Oh, that you make an excellent point. There's no signals. And keep you supplied as well. There we go. Ah, could be worse. It could be serious Gao Gao. That would be a lot worse. No suitable freight for this train available. Is that because you are going from here to... Oh, Bremen. Bremen's all wooded up. They didn't need more. Unfortunate, but you'll be fine. Unless you could do Bremen and Oldenburg. You know, that would be quite agreeable, wouldn't it? Do Bremen and Oldenburg, and I'll find the Oldenburg one to destroy it. You're on your way back anyway, so I can just say manage train, delete train. Again, I was going to keep that star there if I didn't check out that train. A surveyor. Ooh, he's serious, and he would get me 10% off of tunnels. There must be somebody that doesn't do tunnels. A surveyor that gives me like better bridges or just better train tracks in general would be nice, but bridges? Kudne Giadam. To make the things cheaper, grab that one and push south to Stuttgart. I think I'll hesitate a bit on going too far south. Those mountain ranges are intimidating. Sorely tempted to just let that money build up and finally deal with the POM. That only takes about 5 seconds to get 100,000, and I only need not that much to buy her out. Money. There we go. It says I've made 53,000 profit off of this, but I don't buy that. I think that's the total profit this thing has made throughout its entire life. Whereas me, I'm just making the paltry money here. Needs to produce... Oh, right, I own it, which means I need to upgrade it. Ah, it's expensive. But I might need a lot of tatties. Not worth the cost just yet. That's what I really don't like about owning them myself. Tunnels are track cost, and we pray for somebody that does track cost, because tunnels are not something I build a lot of. Aha, the Weimar Republic grows, and it continues to grow nicely. I'm gonna want wool soon. Do I even have wool to connect up? Well, kind of. Let's see, you can get all the way around here. I'd need a Y shape here to get anything coming this way to go up to Weimar as well. So that could be doable. If the tracks already exist, then I'm just doing myself a disfavor by not connecting it all up. Anchor you in there, connect you in there, get you some signals so that trains can actually pause there for a bit, and then I'm going to steal this wool. It's low-level wool production, but it's going to be needed around all of these when they hit around 23k. Oh, they already want wool over in Schukau. Wurzburg doesn't want it yet.
How will you make profit on the station?
Efficiently, and without error. Thanks for asking. Hope there's enough space for this to work and keep these guys on here. Kind of, and kind of not. Ah, it'll do. Get you your maintenance station, and it's a wool producing place. So forget the Nordman Estate. Your new name is the Double J Fluff. Now, Double J is not to be confused with JJ Ho-Ho. Start out with an Iron Duke Loco. Right, I'm killing off Von Pom. She is stuck right in the middle of prime expansion area. I want Hamburg and Schwerin, and I want my way up to Flensburg. She has got to go. Double J's Fluff. Where was that again? It's down here, right? Get over to here. Bayreuth is almost there. Weimar is almost there. They're all almost there. They're getting there. Wurzburg is famous for wines in an odd-shaped bottle called a Bochsbottle. Fascinating. I would normally say, but I don't like wine. However, I did find a wine that really captivated me. I think, despite everything, I'm going to slam another supply station around here. No maintenance cost for supply stations, so you're probably shooting yourself in the foot by not having as many of them as is reasonable. Now, I found a wine, I forget its name, but it's a plum wine from Japan. Umeshi, I think it is. So good. So unbelievably good. No wine deserves to be that delicious. Magdeburg's growing. There's a lot of growing going on in my cities, which is fan-bloody-tastic. You're creating a literal Prussian border. I'm glad you noticed. One nation, one hairline. What would that be in German? Security guard and more security guard. Give them all to me. In fact, I should throw them over to this new route that I just made with you, even. Here you go. You're delivering all that wool. You should deliver it with... just have the security guard hop on board while you're at it. Look at this guy. These guys also do freight goods, so there you go. High spirits, eh? High spirits. Right, this is a little bit of a problem. They're choking up around Bayreuth, and that's no good. Bayreuth, we're going to celebrate your success by expanding your station, and now it should be a lot easier to pass through. None of this hold-up nonsense. 4 stations is plenty, and it'll allow people to come and go right through the place. And there's a lot of going through Bayreuth here. Too much, in fact. It's going to be a major choke point down the line, but for now it suffices. Mineral oil. I want exactly that. That's a free innovation, which will get me closer towards the train that I want. And I will outbid anybody for it. He's not doing me over on it, is he? Yeah, that's what I thought.
To play with the big boys? So what now?
Oh, this new locomotive looks adventurous.
They're just so jealous, it's unreal. Weimar to Zwickau, that sounds like somebody that wants their very own conductor. You can remove the service station from cities to reduce congestion. I can, but I want to be sure that places actually get, that my trains actually get serviced. I will do that when I redo the train lines. This is going to be quite reminiscent of the Patrician Four-Way, so I'm going to build everything up, and then generally tear it down, and then build it properly. But I need to build up in order to get the money to build things as I want them precisely. If you remember in Patrician 4, somewhere around episode 120 or so, I'm making a stab in the dark, could be in any of those bleeding episodes, there were a lot of them. I went through and I built up every city to my exact specification because I'd made up all the money that I thought I needed for it, and even then it just barely had enough money. At least in this game, I don't have to build like 600 houses and industries per city, so I shouldn't be faced with such problems. Shouldn't. How is this thing even moving forward with no water? Moving forward with sheer grit and determination alone. They refill reasonably fast. And that's not the only one that doesn't have
There's still room for a station here, don't you think?
operational supplies, right? So this is telling me that I've been missing out on supply towers, but I'm really grateful for that that alert here as well. A lot of places missing out on operational supplies, but there's a supply tower there. Where are you going that still... Oh yeah, into the forest and back. I thought I had a supply tower here. Guess I was wrong. There you go, that'll keep you sorted out. I don't think I put one under the bottom of Zess. Alright, Zess Express, there you go. The pronunciation of Beirut is killing me, Jake. I have to say it's... I can't read that. I can't read what that is. I don't read upside down letters. Let's leave it at that. Nice Waverly, but no good for me, sadly. Okay, a new surveyor. Hopefully a decent one. Massively reduces tunnel cost, but I'm not interested. Also, you'd fight with my existing people. It's pronounced like Babe Ruth. What? Beirut? As I've been saying this whole time. I don't know what the problem is. Okay, Mr. Lederhosen is getting all up in my face in Hanover, and I don't like that. I guess it's not a big deal if he keeps supplying the place, but it means he's going to get more money. And more money for my enemies is less money for me. I really want to buy you out so badly. I know, the bank will help me out with this. Pay off this crappy loan, take out bigger loan. Invest bigger loan in killing Von Pomp. Almost. I'm so close to killing her. And all these people, I really should shove them into some trains here and there. I guess it doesn't really matter which trains they go into, as long as they're in trains. Anyone else? Oh yeah, I can just switch between them like so. There we go. Doesn't matter where they go as long as I have the personnel. Blow up some tracks, please. Oh, I'll be blowing up her tracks. I don't want any of this garbage here. I will set them out according to my specification and nobody else's. I can't get the Rhine yet. Oh, I've made a mistake, haven't I? Have I? Is the Rhine what I want? Yeah, the Rhine is probably what I want. Okay, in that case I can just buy a new external image and then work on the Rhine next. I'll save it for when I have 200 points though, because I might get an opportunity to buy or steal some other advancement. That would be very handy for me. Right, this money is all going towards killing Von Pomp. Unfortunately, she's the easiest one to kill, and I doubt I'm going to get a lot of my money back from killing her, but just removing her from the game is going to make me feel better, which is important, but what's also important is making sure that these places come under my control without having to dance to her tune. So, for now, let us buy her stocks. Every last drop of it.
I can assure you that your money is well invested in my company.
Yeah, you also don't have a company. Goodbye. Keep everything? I don't think so. Liquidate absolutely everything. 34 employees. Ooh. Well, away you all go.
Niles! Niles! I'm leaving!
Ooh, all of a sudden I've got a whole lot of people here. I'll just fill up my trains without worrying too much about what is what. Just engineer, stoker. I should only put conductor if I know that it's if it's going from city to city, and if it's not city to city, I should put a security guard. So this is obviously city to city, so we go to conductor, stoker, engineer. They even work well together. Not going to overly think about it. the Schlut Estate. Do I have an unnamed thing here? Where's the Schlut Estate? No, it's the Pizzerific Salami. How dare you call it that? Wait, what? No, this isn't right at all. Where is this train? Oh man, right. Center on the train. Figure that out. Stettin and the Moor Farm. Okay. But it doesn't like calling it that. What a disappointment. Right, well I'm going to rename that myself. And I've already forgotten how to spell it. That's going right over my head now, isn't it? M-Y-R-R-H. M-Y-R-R-H. Much better. Lost my train of thought so easily there. I'm still managing the train, and since it goes from an RGO to a city, it gets a security guard, a stoker, and an engineer. Next up, Nordman Hollow to Danzig 2. So that's clearly going to want security, stoker, engineer. Oh, and they work well together. Lovely. Oh, that's another one. Security. You can auto-assign the employees. Yes, you can. However, I'm told that it doesn't actually think about conflicts between the workers, and the conflicts are such a pain. You just keep getting heckled about it. So I want to make sure that there are no conflicts between my workers. Oldenburg to Bremen is a job for a conductor. Sometimes the train just stops and says there's an argument between the staff. Alwyn's Piggies gets a security guard. A stoke. Did I reassign a stoker rather than assigning a stoker? Feels like I did. Well, this guy's super happy. Alwyn's Piglets. Ooh. I'll unassign you, but now I don't really have many more engineers. There we go, now I've just got conductors and security guards. Oplin sounds like a real place, so here's a conductor. Orlov to Oplin also sounds like real places. Shadow's Grain calls for security. Shadow's Grain calls for security. And now all I have to worry about is a conductor for any city-to-city line. There we go. All the staff are assigned. Whether or not they're actually going to make me profit, well, they probably will. I imagine most of them do. Oh, and apparently I still have a lot of personnel available to me. No, it's just you. And you are a new station master. I already have a station master. Streamlines. Oh, but you're level 4. Ooh, I like that. Dynamic, creative, whatever. You're coming aboard. Oh, right, this scrolls through. Right, I have a lot of options for it now. Yes, I missed that one, didn't I? It's easy to forget there's a scroll wheel there. It's just so big it doesn't even look like one. A surveyor reduces the cost of all new routes. You're hired. You are double hired. Now my accountant reduces the bids on locomotives, but my locomotives are already insanely cheap. Successful auctions, on the other hand, now that's a big cost. Reduce that, please. Anything else to consider here? Chief engineer reduces construction cost of all buildings. That's big. But my existing chief engineer increases innovation points, and those are a hard cap. Well, not a hard cap, but harder to get, so keeping him. Alright, that's good. That was a very successful merger, and it didn't even cost me that much money. So now our eyes are set on killing the others. Unfortunately, they are similarly expensive, but my money does grow very fast. I'll invest my money first in stitching up northern Germany, And then we'll go from there. Like, Hamburg has been sorely neglected by Von Pom. Schwerin doubly so. And I can connect them up quite nicely. Where are the piggies here? Jake, conflicts show up in the train list as red pawns. You could, suboptimally, auto-assign and fix conflicts. Could, but what I just did worked. So I'll believe in that. Oh right, the piglets are right here in Pizza Salami. And Pizza Salami is already up at level 3, so you can just pump them out to Schwerin and Hamburg. They can also get their veggies. In fact, this northern Germany here is going to be very self-reliant. It's going to get the basics for grain, piggies, sausages, fur, even milk and sugar beets if they get there, and all the veggies they could need. It's... God, Von Pom started in such an amazing location, and she squandered it. Oh well, her loss is my gain. Let's consider the contour. Oh, I can also bring in fruit. I haven't been bringing fruit in anywhere. What's the level for fruit? 44,500. Okay. The Rostock should be growing like crazy, but it feels like it doesn't grow enough. I see, the vegetables don't flow out here. But they do flow to Stettin. Well, Rostock isn't a big concern now, is it? Why is Denmark Germany? I think you'll find Flensburg is, has, and always will be German. I know I do. No, that's a warehouse, Jake. Train station, please. I'll have you connect up to Rostock that way. Now, sadly, I can't just do all of them willy-nilly. The game will moan at me saying, you haven't connected it to your hometown yet. To which I go, okay. Easily done, though. And relatively cheaply. So, over you go. Signal, opposite signal, supply tower. I'll connect these fruits up later when fruits are in fashion. And apparently both playing this and watching the game is too much heat for my PC. Boy, I really feel for people living in places where the summer means that their PC just melts down. What was I reading? Like, yes, winter is for working through your retro backlog, and no, summer is for working through the retro backlog, and winter is for going through the AAA releases that you missed over summer. Just so your PC can handle it heat-wise. Problems Northern Europeans cannot even fathom. Well, we gotta have some advantages.
Did you just claim another city again?
It's what I do, man. It's what I do. I might even connect these guys up in a big old triangle. Seems right. Well, it's been 11 years since we started this game, and I gotta say it's looking pretty good. Flensburg's a bit of a trek there, but I'm sure we'll manage. I wonder if it's even possible to hook you in to there. Oh, well, surprisingly so. But I worry a little bit about that. Because I might not leave enough space for this thing to come on in. I'll try this, and then I'll make sure that you can come around here. And then I'll make sure that you can also come around here. Yeah, that looks fine to me. So I'll have you come in. That was wrong. That was wrong in a lot of ways. Abort. You are the one that needs to go into there. And you latch on to get to there. And then hopefully I can still swing this around into here. And everybody lives happily ever after on this route. That allows these veggies to come to Hamburg and to Schwerin. The thing is, how do they get up to Flensburg? I could have another triangle as Hamburg heads up north to Flensburg. And there is no sense in giving anything other than a terminal station to Flensburg. I can't... There's nothing I'm ever going to build up here. So, terminal seems right. Except, and this is one big exception, they're going to want connection up to that, aren't they? It's a bit of a pathetic connection, but they are going to want it. Flensburg will be hungry for that. I will. Can the station connect to both Flensburg and the RGO? The answer is no. I think that's mutually exclusive. It wouldn't be for a warehouse, though. A warehouse could connect to both. It would drink up all the RGO and have it available for Flensburg. But, and this is a sizable but, I'm not sure if I get the money for that. Really not sure if I'd get the money for that. Well, I think I would, because I get the money whenever it sells from the warehouse. So that might work okay. Crummy warehouse is relatively cheap. But at that point, why even bother? Why not just have a regular train station that pops out to a tiny little railway here? Because I want that grain to flow. If I had a wee warehouse here, it would collect that, give it to Flensburg when needed, and I'd be able to shuttle it down here. Yeah, that makes the most sense to me. Jake, I don't think it works. Yeah, I don't. What if I do, though? Let's believe in this. And gotta be a connection that works for me here.
The station fits in well with the rural idyll.
And that way I can still have my glorious terminal station with signaling control. I'll have a... Oh, it's a full price one here, isn't it? Ah, whatever, we haven't done terminal station. Let's just flatten all of Flensburg. So now Flensburg should be able to get all of the goods it could ever need from this warehouse. Well, all the grain it could ever need, provided I tell this thing to stock on grain. And the grain I can tell to come down and feed all these people from that warehouse, which will hopefully just buy it all up. That's my hope, at least. Let's see how it works. It starts with, however, Hamburg making its way up to Flensburg. And not taking any of this nonsensical route. You shall take the route prescribed by the German ideal. Oh, I don't like that German ideal. There we go, earthworks are hardly the end of the world. Is there debate in the chat about who owns Flensburg? Then let's make it quite clear. I own Flensburg. That should connect quite nicely. There we go, a bit of a choke point here, but it'll be fine. Enjoy your maintenance building, all of you. Flatten more of Flensburg just like that. I'm really curious if this warehouse is going to make me money from taking the grain here and shoving it straight into Flensburg. If anybody knows, I'd love to hear it. It is kind of weird since I'm not actually... Ooh, hang on. How would I even connect this up? Should I just have you come down here? I don't need all these tracks going up and down here. That's overkill. No, I could just connect you up with this. But on the other hand, this track might get very, very busy, especially with this part here. Overkill is underrated. I don't know. It's not the biggest expenditure in the world to just bring down another route, and it can be my first four-way here. Exciting thought. What I don't like about it, I suppose, is that it's alternating these directions in a less than ideal way. But what I suppose I will like is supplying all four at once. And then you shall come out like so. I think Flemberg already gets enough by horses, it won't even be interested. That's what they all say until the railway arrives. Railway enthusiasts must think it's so tragic what happened to railways. Okay, now for the signalling here. This is going to be very off-putting to me, but I want it done like that. That seems so strange. But oh well. Should work fine. They get supplies up here. They get supplies... they don't get supplies here. That's bad. Here's some supplies for you. And here's some supplies for... Does this have any? Well, it does now. There we go. Whew, all that done in 0 time. Impressive work. Now for the trains. Lots of... No, it's not Waverley we're working with. Still the Iron Dukes. Right. Let me check that. Waverley is better than the Iron Duke, but I'm still holding out for the Rhine. And it'll just make my life easier if we focus on the Iron Duke for now. So. First of all, Hamburg to Schwerin. And Hamburg to Flensburg. And Flensburg to Schwerin. And we probably need more, to be honest. So I'm going to have another Iron Duke do that. I won't double up on these two because they seem close enough together. Must be strange people who do the line before the train. You need the train first so you know its duration. Okay, that should be good for simple passenger express and sending their finished goods, but now, we need even more. We need an Iron Duke taking vegetables to Hamburg and vegetables to Schwerin. And we need another Iron Duke that focuses on bringing veggies up to Flensburg. Good. Now, Schwerin and Hamburg both need their piglets. I wonder if Hamburg's going to suffer from too many things coming through. I'm actually going to do the unthinkable and expand it prematurely. Trust you all have your maintenance stations, of course. That's a lot more bridge than you need, but otherwise it would cost a lot in incline or decline or some kind of cliner. Oh, I'm looking forward to this one being in motion quite a lot. Let's keep you well supplied. You have a place for getting fixed up, good. Let's get the Iron Duke Loco. And he brings Hamburg the meat. And he also brings Schwerin the meat, but Flensburg does not need the meat. So that's pretty good. The downside I'm seeing now is that none of these people really have wood, and that is where you come in, Forest Isles. You know, I'm even going to prematurely expand you. We're giving Northern Germany a really good treatment. The first place to get a terminal station. The second place to get a warehouse? I don't recall building a warehouse elsewhere. You're getting renamed then. Your name is now Warehouse 1. If you can't make history, remake history. We're going to bring wood in and supply all of them here. Grain to Hamburg and the one near. Oh right, I haven't done the grain yet. That's alright though. Well, I'll probably forget again if I don't do it now. Iron Duke. Bring the grain to Hamburg. And Iron Duke. Bring the grain to Schwerin. By the way, does Rostock get grain? It does, okay. Oh, well, there's a grain farm right bleeding there. It's probably faster to bring the grain from the grain farm over here, but I don't want to overshoot through Rostock too much. Ah, Rostock. Now, there was a Hanseatic city. I think it was actually one of the biggest warehouses in my hub. It might have even been the biggest warehouse in my hub. Ah, patrician. My young fancy. There you go, all the wood we could ever want coming in here. As the Queen demands it. And a supply tower which grabs all of you. There we go. Nice. Even better positioned than you. Get out of here. Well, maybe not perfectly positioned, but good enough for me. I must have saved so much money on these maintenance stations by now. Right, how are you going to do this? 12 weeks. The demand for wood is not going to be that high. But that's 40 weeks. You know what, that'll probably do them just fine for now. Unless they get additional demands. Do you get wood? Yeah, you get wood. Ah, but do you get wood by rail? No. That should be fixed. Iron Duke. Get moving. Okay, this has suddenly become a problem, because now I want that supply thing back up there. Oh well. Always need loads of supply, that's the problem. Wait, what? Go. Yeah, I guess that supply tower's coming back then. Oh well. And now we make sure that the Iron Duke delivers the wood, taking a longer route, but getting done in a shortened time, no doubt. Okay, I think that's everything I need to deal with North Germany for now. Unless Hamburg always... Oh, they do already want wool. That's not all they want. Okay, but I'll be the one supplying them with so much more. Actually, I'm not sure if I'm going to supply Hamburg with anything it doesn't already get other than grain. But grain should be enough to catapult it up to higher levels. Now, about this wool, where's it gonna go? Also, would be nice if these guys could switch between, so somebody coming down here could actually switch over to Hamburg with a bit more ease, or I could go over with something, or even under. Because Hamburg does want that wool. Wonder if a large train station could catch you from this side. You let it catch you? Not quite, not quite. Jake, signal on the track to Flensburg. I didn't already? Sure looks like I did. Ah, no, those are implicit signals, not explicit signals. Thank you, well pointed out. These are unsignaled too. Implicit is not good enough. Yeah, I could place a maintenance station, but the cost of 300,000 Dutch marks is a bit more than I'm keen on doing right now. No, but I will have you connected in here. The question is how exactly? How does one really get their way into something like this? Because I can't cut across all that unless I use bridges of sorts. But I only need you going over to Hamburg for now. Well, let's start as we always start. Get a wee station going. A wee station going. Nice that it remembered my direction there. Well, surprisingly, you can actually cut right in like that. Huh. Never thought it possible. Okay, but can you also go over to here? No. So you'd be able to go into there, but if you were coming out of there, I would need something that cuts over like all of this, and I'm not sure if the game can do that. There seems to be only so many train lines that it's willing to cut across. Bit of a shame. Bit of a real shame, that. The problem is that cutting this way slows everything down, or it should. Yeah, it would cut everything down. Can you cut over one cut and cut again? Maybe. Maybe. Or I could just bite the bullet and bridge across. Oh, right, now it snaps into the... Oh my days, I'm not really sure what I'm getting into there. You gonna be okay with that? And then I'd have to have that one come in and around here. Whoa, I am not convinced that is so good. Tunnels look better than bridges. Tunnels better than bridges, you say? Tunnels are also considerably more expensive than bridges, are they not? Also, I'm not so sure all that looks so good. Oh, that's some rough stuff. Huh? Wait, I can just cut across the trains like that? I didn't think you could just cut along trains like that. Cut across rails like that. No, you can't. What? What was I even building there, then? It's perfectly safe with the right signals, also perfectly slow. Yeah, I can't cut across this. Just trying to think the best way to get that to there, or really feed into this whole network. I could have this branch off into this as well. That might not be so bad, actually. Probably the most sane way that I have. Alright, get rid of all of that. We're doing this a little differently. Look at spaghetti, make it worse. Sane. What's wrong with my spaghetti here? Ah, I understand. You're jealous. I too would be jealous of somebody else spending their whatever day it is today making beautiful railways in Railway Empire. Unfortunately, for anyone else, I am that person. Alright, so now I can just feed it in here, and it can go out there if need be. There's no conflicts on this, is there? You could still come out and follow... Yeah, wow. Hamburg is going to be the place to be with that kind of railway network. Big warehouse to feed veggies, veggies and wool into. No, not yet. I'm not dealing with warehouses just yet. Right, there's that. And all this for just making a fairly simple line. Here to here. Goes up, follows that way, makes its way in. Wait, why are you choosing that? Well, you'll choose whatever railway makes the most sense for you. On you go. Also, we need a better name for this than Feder Manor. Not a big fan of that one. Since it's wool, I think we'll call this the Dragon Zord Farm. There we go. Chewing through these names as well I should. I've connected up a lot more industry than I had before. Right, can I finally unpause? Can North Germany advance? Bad condition. Missing operational supplies. Stuttgart. I don't really care for Stuttgart, so no. Buy ourselves that conductor and celebrate North Germany by adding him in here. Flint, well, it's doing pastries now, but it won't always do pastries, so there's your conductor. Waiting for track clearance. Alright, waiting for this one to sod off for a bit. Move the wool to the other two cities preemptively? Nah, there's no demand for it. They wouldn't want to take any of it. Once they grow, then I can add them in, and I'll probably forget that for a long time. I'd also need to have this branch over to here for that, but that's also okay. Well, I could probably do that preemptively, save me the pain of doing it later on. And I'm sure it would be pain. You're not going to make this easy, are you? Oh no, that should be fine. I have a feeling that might get a little clogged up at some point. But I get lots of feelings. It should be fine. There's no supply here, though, is there? No. Well, let's just supply everybody again. Looking good, and they're going to look great once they get all these goods in. They'll all start growing. Actually, they're all already growing, except for you. What's your major problem? Lack of grain? Well, the grain is on its way, sunshine. And I think this might be it. Let's enjoy delivering that grain. We're not going that way, that's the way to Wool City. And there is some wool, I guess. Slowing down because it's coming through, but it'll clear the signal. And the signal will let us go. Alright, off we trot. Oh man, this is what it's all about. Buy other grain. Big bags of Danish cash. How did they even operate these signals in the 19th century? Was there some kind of mechanical thing where it ran over certain parts of the track to activate these signals? Did they have people take care of it? What? I do not know, and I would like to know. It's like the end of Fast and Furious 7, except good. What has there been 7 iterations of and remained good? It would have been physical tokens or people which were exchanged. Ah. Mechanical switches and personnel. Gotcha. That one's running empty. But they'll fill up. As I get more people in these cities, they're going to have more and more people that want to go back and forth. So this is me just taking over from von Palm's very poor management of North Germany. And man, do I do a better job of it. So with the arrival of this grain into wherever this is, Schwerin I think, it will... Oh. Sound that whistle. This grain is going to make Schwerin grow. It's at 60, now it's 63, and suddenly it's an upswing. Beautiful. Shame I don't have the person to cry out how good it is. Now, I would like the Rhine. Many people would like the Rhine, but I need something else. I'll get this external image to get myself new personnel. And here we go. The Iron Duke didn't last nearly as long as the Odin before it became completely insignificant by the power of the Rhine. The trouble is... the Hulda is so fast, it's a great express train. But we'll shelve it for a while.
I must admit, this locomotive does make a good impression on me.
Alright, doesn't matter. Everything is being replaced with the Rhine. That speed upgrade. Because we're currently running with, what, Iron Duke 51. Acceleration 91 to 90, not a significant reduction. Passenger won't be so happy, we don't care. Reliability actually takes a bit of a nosedive. Consumption goes up, actually. There are some unforeseen downsides of replacing everything with the Rhine, but I'm still going to do it because it's the fastest. Okay, there's a downside. It costs an arm and a leg. But we're still doing it. There you go. Christ, look at them go now. I don't think it's ran entirely off of wood. I see some coal there as well.
My freight trains go faster than that.
Don't know what he's talking about. I'm doing fantastic. 148 trains. What on earth? Yep, we got a lot of trains. Okay, so they're all in growth. Oh, you're not in growth. What's your problem? No wood, no veggies. Didn't I send all the veggies up here to Hamburg? No, for some reason I missed doing Hamburg with you. Absurd. Well, Rhine, get on it. But you also complained about a lack of wood. I know your feeling there, but didn't I set you up with wood as well? Yeah, you should be going there with wood right now. Actually, you're coming back with a lack of wood. Huh. Maybe there wasn't enough wood available at here, which definitely needs a better name than this. It's going to be the Misnomer Forest. Yeah, produces plenty of it. It's just taken forever and a day. Get on it. Wait, Flensburg or Hamburg? Flensburg, Hamburg, and Rostock. Hamburg, Flensburg, Rostock. Oh, but I'm not sending it to Schwerin. Ah, but the Hamburg one does Schwerin as well, so that's okay. Alright, North Germany seems under wraps, as it should be. Berlin isn't dying as much as it should. I've had it with Berlin. Berlin's dying. I'm going to take over this industry. And I'm going to burn it down and replace it with something much worse. No, that doesn't progress unless I have the game unpaused. Oh well, I'm sure it'll be fine. Want to download all the wood at the first stop? Yeah, but it's going back to the forest to pick up some more.
Have fun with the property you bought.
Oh, I will. I certainly will. Berlin, you don't get pastries anymore. I'm destroying this thing. Crunch, and I'm going to build something else. I will build you Something that they don't demand themselves. Nor will they have access to, so it's going to be a waste of everybody's time. But I want it to be the cheapest thing I can get. Ah, the sauerkraut. I hope there's not salt nearby, though. There is salt nearby. Sauerkraut's out. Is there any... Are there any hops nearby? There are not hops nearby, so I'm going to set you up with a brewery. The ultimate punishment for Berliners. You get a brewery, but you cannot drink. And with that, they're going to stop having access to pastries, except... The problem is I believe Brandenburg is going to export pastries to them. So I might have to also tear down Brandenburg's one. So if we look at the flow of goods... Well, pastries don't go there now, but I suspect they will, unless you don't get wheat, but you do get wheat. So Brandenburg's going to have to die with you. It's okay though, it can be done. Buy out that business, stop Brandenburg from producing pastries, and hopefully you're too far away from anywhere to get anything. Hopefully those pastries don't make their way over to Berlin from Cottbus. Berlin doesn't make good beer anyway. Oh, Berlin. Terrible. Terrible chat.
Nobody else wanted this crap.
Well, I wanted it, so I could tear it down. And now I'll replace you with something, but what? Now, Brandenburg, I could also make, produce, beer. I have a significant shortage of beer, and everybody wants the stuff. So this would be a good opportunity to finally connect Brandenburg up. Brandenburg's exports will no longer hit Berlin. Berlin can't use them anyway. So yeah, this way I can save Brandenburg and still sink Berlin. Delightfully devilish, if I dare say so myself. There you go. Right. Let's begin Operation Save Brandenburg. Brandenburg already gets access to those. It's got wheat there. I could certainly ship it all over, though. Although I could connect it down through here. That way you'll get your wood. Or I could connect you up here. Magdeburg. You're going to want Magdeburg's exports anyway. And Magdeburg has this route coming up north as well. Yeah. Let's do it then. Train station. That cost me a lot of money, by the way. Like 1,000,000 marks just to solidify the death of Berlin. And I'm not at the ideal point in the game for doing that. But sometimes it's more important to do what you love than what is smart. Doesn't let you tear down something you've already built there. It's a bit of a shame, but well. Ooh. Didn't work. As ultimate insult, you should make a Tuborg factory in Flensburg, have it be the only source of alcohol in the map. It wouldn't be able to supply the map, and the goal here is to make the perfect Hansa 2.0. So that wouldn't do it for us. Right, I can have you come in at a nice wedge here. Expensive, sure, but what isn't expensive around here? At least I get the reduction of cost for having two of those bridges next to each other. Probably gonna have to move this. Oh, right, I can connect you up without worry about that. That's cool. That's very cool, in fact. Ay, ay, ay. That was a little less cool. Don't know how I keep missing the lock-on with that, but miss them I do. Now we can relocate the supply tower to service all 4 of these in tandem. No. That's not how the game sees it. Oh well, fair enough. I'll shift the supply tower down here and over here. And still connect you up like so. That might make this place a little bit of a busy intersection, but that's okay. Ruby. Now this should bring Brandenburg together nicely. These hops though. I don't want them to go through Baron's Granary. Baron's Granary is a busy, busy place. But for a small... Oh god, I'm actually out of money. Hey bank, can I get some more money please? Bank says no. Well, the hops are hardly going to flow here massively. I just need to train them over to Brandenburg, so a wee station wouldn't be a problem. Let's just prepare that. Ah, the music is so much better when we're not just inundated with the German march music. Right, so how's this going? Need new Rhines flowing? Yeah, these Rhines are quite a bit more expensive, aren't they? Get over to Brandenburg with that. Brandenburg is in dire need of a lot of supplies right now to save it from the curse of being near Berlin. A dedicated Baron's Granary route doesn't seem so good. Also, I must not let Brandenburg produce any low-level stuff for Berlin. Berlin must starve. The only thing Berlin is allowed is grain, and I eventually hope to cut them off from even that. The Berliners must starve. Tragic, probably, but too bad. Right, I will connect you two up. Seems a bit of a waste to do a dedicated Baron's Granary run. You're barely going to need that much grain. Your consumption of it is tiny. You're going to get your stuff that way, but I might connect you up to Brunswick as well, just to share out your beer a bit more. These people are crying out for beer. Nobody makes it. Okay, Leipzig at the very least could help you out here. Hope Leipzig is producing plenty of sausages. Yeah, loads for export, and we're giving it more. In fact, I could build a new industry in Leipzig, but I'm not too fussed about that. I'm not opposed to just buying them out later on. Like I said, I don't want them to grow huge. 60,000 is plenty at this point. In fact, it would be nice if I could get a list of cities, sort them by size. I cannot sort them by size. Ah, but I can look at their size here. Bremen is level 3, but level 3 is still just 40 odd K. I think I need to look for level 4 to look at ones that have 60,000 pop, right? Yeah, level 4 for 60k pop. Which is Danzig, Elbing, and probably nowhere else, sadly. It does take quite a bit of an investment to get that far. Alright, not a big deal. 40k is fine as well. I just wanted the extra building. An analyst. Ooh, increase or decrease the cost of a share price in a company. I really want to reduce the share price of my competitors so I can buy them up. But I'm a little low on money right now. Even lower if I just keep buying people up like that. How much did that guy cost me? I wasn't really paying attention, but I hope it wasn't too much. Wow, no wonder. It was level 3 there. I just about pressed N for next as if I was playing Dominions. Rough. Okay, Brandenburg. Can't lose my focus on you. You need wood and vegetables as well if you truly want to grow. And we have access to both up here. And I would like you to be able to connect with Schwerin too. So, how's that going to work? You don't currently get any wood. Are the veggies down here for you? Vegetables. No, this place is flowing out with them though. The passenger network is going to be utter chaos soon, no doubt about that, but I will, at some unknown point in the future, segregate out freight from express, and then everything will be great. Okay, I can't afford it right now, but it seems to be lasting pretty much forever. And I would actually like to get rid of Franz rather than Jacob. 9.1 million for all of him. But if I get you to reduce the share price in Franz, suddenly it's not 9.1 million, it is... Oh my god, that saves me 3 million. If, and only if, I buy it up. Alright, groovy. There's a lot to love about this. Did I connect Leipzig up with Brandenburg, by the way? Is there a Leipzig-Brandenburg? Yeah, there is. Good. Time to sit on your money like a dragon and kill him. Well, my money is growing ridiculously fast here. Give me that engineer. I don't care about that chief engineer. My one does a great job. An analyst will reduce the share price of the company again. Oh my days, how much could I reduce him by? It's currently 6.4. Well, that's going up now, isn't it? Could I reduce him again? Oh, that bit. Oh, I think there's a set price that it reduces it to, and it's about 50%. But it feels like it goes back up rather quickly.
Go on, grab it. This increases the price of my fast trains.
Well, I will. I wonder how fast that share price of his regrows then. One share is 40,000. Still at 41,000, and it's going up and up, isn't it? I bet you could feel this out and micro it massively to make huge money, but I don't have a feel for that. Though I do know every moment I wait, it seems to be going up and up. He's a good investment, so he is, but he needs to die.
Away. How many times do I have to say it?
Many. That Hulda would be so good for Pure Express. But I need these innovations to get myself the hefty freight trains. This is where I really need to start thinking about segregating. And once I kill my competition and the money flows in, that's exactly what I'll be looking towards doing. However, innovations are going to be needed because I will want to segregate freight and express, and that means 3 more innovations are needed. The question is, which innovations should I get? I've already got all this early stuff, and I want to leave some early stuff so I can have stuff to steal if it comes down to it. I don't think there's a big need for me to kill the gentleman guy to the south. He's not really blocking anything I want to do. Whereas Mr. Lederhosen has Western Germany, which I rather think appeals to me. And the gentleman man, well, good luck oh my god, look at this! Half of his company's value must be in these bridges. Ooh, feels like I'm playing Ace Combat 7 here, going through all this. It is beautiful, and I look forward to building my network down here, but that's when I have the bottomless sums of money to do that with. Love the idea of Stevenson's rocket chugging through Tokyo. We didn't do the Japan stuff, it just didn't look so good. Bridge car? No, I think I want the mail car. These innovations are getting expensive though. Oh, they cheapen out after a while. If I get you, however, I'll get access to the caboose, which I don't care about. Counter pressure brakes, locomotive, whatever. Need to save up my points, need to save up my money. Need to have Hamburg grow and grow. Ooh, I could give Hamburg... Oh, I can choose the industry that goes in Hamburg, which would be quite useful for making all these people grow a bit more. When are they demanding cheese? 55k. Wheat beer, though. I could grow wheat beer in Hamburg. Now, granted, I already grow some in Brandenburg, but... No, Flemberg could have, should have the wheat beer since it's right next to the warehouse. Also, am I making money off this warehouse? Is there any way to see that? Company... Buildings, tracks, tunnels, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. What am I making off of my warehouses? Income... I don't know. I do not know if I make money off this warehouse because it takes from there and gives to there. Who knows? Not me. I could make something here that uses vegetables, sweet beets, milk, fluffy stuff, even fruit. Oh, I could bring in the fruit. Do you incorporate the fruit? You don't. But I could still bring in the fruit and make some fruit brandy here, which I think is in high demand. At 48? It's close enough. Sauerkraut, wheat beer, clothing. But is there salt for sauerkraut around here? Locate the salt. That's a staggering no, I'm afraid. I could make clothes though, since we have the wool coming in. Clothes, in fact, makes the most sense. Alright, hopefully I have the money to grow that before somebody else builds the industry. Actually, I want to do it very quickly. It's worth me selling off some shares to do that. Whoa, okay, these shares went up in Boon Dollar. I'd make a killing just by selling them right about now. I'll sell off just a bit so I can build my industry though. Tailor, down you go. Now they already get the leather they need, and they already have access to that sheep's wool. And I gave them a dedicated sheep wool run here, so Hamburg should grow nicely and spread those clothes out. And since Flensburg has grown to just about needing that wool, and you will do so soon enough, let's set ourselves up with another Rhine that goes from here to here, and good. Warehouses make goods from nearby businesses available to trains, and goods from warehouses to businesses, not business to business. You mean not RGO to business? So you're telling me Flensburg is not enjoying those, They're not enjoying that? No, this cannot be. That would mean I'm wrong. And I can't be wrong. Yeah, you say you have 1.5 grain available, but this says it's got 17 grain available. Oof. Alright then, so I need to connect this warehouse to Flensburg. That seems like a terrific level of redundancy. Also looks like it would be unbelievably tight to get in there. I'll just remodel this a bit once you clear that. Jake thought he was wrong once, turns out he was mistaken. That's good. Alright, get yourself in there. Well, if that isn't incredibly awkward, I don't know what is. There's all the supplies you could ever need rolling in and out of there. And now, for whatever reason, I need to make a locomotive that goes from warehouse to Flensburg, and it must always have the maximum amount of grain. What a waste of time. It's within spitting distance, just pick it up.
For a station here, don't you think?
Oh, you are going down. I could have made so much money with those two analysts just buying it cheap and selling it expensive. Signal the new track excellently observed. It implicitly got signals, but explicit is the way to do it. Here you go. And the funny thing is, I make the full whack on this anyway when it comes to money. You go in, you unload, and I'm still going to make over 16,000 on this, I'd rather think. There we go, 16,640, because distance doesn't matter. DDM. You're begging for a new industry right here. You could also get clothes. Do I have you linked up with the wool? I do have you linked up with wool. There you go. You'll have a clothes industry. My clothes industry. Make it matter. Spending all this money. Ugh, I need this money to buy out my competitor.
Somehow, your trains don't run smoothly.
Bad condition. We'll get it fixed up, Jings. I've got a maintenance station there with your name on it. Oh, that's a bad place to break down as well. Any time's a bad time to break down. Now, unfortunately, my friend is becoming more and more expensive to buy out. But I gotta do it.
Buys my shares and gets away with it. Just remember that.
Oh, I will. But you're still going down. I guess I'll preemptively pick up this. Hopefully it doesn't kill off my express trains. Oh, it did kill off my express trains. Oh well, it's only a 10% loss on passenger profit. It's no big deal. If you wait, the price of shares gradually go back down and up, I imagine. Right, thankfully all these places are growing nicely. Oh boy, 99% fulfillment. It's insane. How's Brandenburg doing? And more importantly, how's Berlin doing? It'll take Berlin a while to chew through all those pastries that they made. But once those pastries are gone in quite a lot of years, then we'll be good to go. Good to see Brandenburg growing as well it should. Oh ho! Task completed! We managed to get that, get the profit from transporting mail. Nice. It's only a green tick because we didn't do it in half the time, but I don't particularly care about that. We haven't followed a train around for some time. Well, we already followed this... wait, did I follow this train when I got it? Der Rhein? I feel like I did. And even if I didn't, I did. Ah, look at these bad boys go. And they can go super fast, too! Just like my bank balance going super fast up. None of these really appeal to me. Ooh, that might. Bonus program. Nah, experience is not a concern.
One of your engineers spilled the beans, and now I have new technology.
You got upholstered seating from many years ago. Lucky guy. Lucky, lucky guy. Chings, it's going to be hard to keep track of this whole map at some point. Okay, if you're an express train, then you will surely want a conductor. And here's an engineer to go with. Oh, but they don't like each other, so too bad for you. Unassign. Alright, it all goes well. It'll go even more well once I get rid of the competition. How much more to buy you out? Another 6. It feels like it's just going up and up. Well, if it's going up and up...
No freeloaders. Go to hell!
Go to hell. Wow. Ching's a potty mouth on this guy. I just wish the bank would give me a loan to help me out with this. Not asking for the world here. Just a load of loans. Berlin's an upswing? How? Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. They managed to get enough population to demand beer. But they don't get the pop. God knows how they got into upswing, but once those pastries run out... Oh god, they're getting meat from somewhere. Killing Berlin won't happen overnight, it seems. No, they won't get sauerkraut, that's for sure. I could buy over this this estate and then reduce its output so that it doesn't go to Berlin. Or I could just generally take it all to elsewhere, but that's a difficult one. Bayreuth grows. Good. Oh boy, I said this guy wouldn't be a problem, but look at what he's doing. He's snaking through me like a snake. Oh, and he's even going...
I'm gonna take your business apart.
Did he buy part of my business? No, doesn't look like it. I'm still 100% public float, and his share price just keeps going up and up and up. We need to contain this guy. Actually, could I not sell all my shares right now and go to the bank and say, give me a bigger loan so I can buy this guy out entirely? Worked before, it will surely work again. Oh ho ho ho, now we're talking. Let's pay off these tiny loans and take out these big boy loans. Beautiful. And then we go back to Franz Gruber and buy a ridiculous sum of this company.
In your place, I'd invest in me as well.
That's a great line. He's taking your business apart by sinking his own one. It's alright, I've got him right where I want him. Do you want to pay compensation? No.
And the bandit wasn't even expensive.
Your company won't be that expensive. Nice of the bank to help me out with buying you. The price of each of his shares, though, are getting insane. No, I definitely don't care about getting that. Yeah, remember when one share was not 96,000? I do. The last 10% of his company is going to cost a full million. That's madness. Ooh, connection bonus for the fruit. Now, fruit can go somewhere decent. Surely there's demand for fruit. Anywhere that has 44.5k. And honestly, Hamburg is going to be that place. Hamburg is already that place. I guess that's why I get the connection bonus. I guess I could just have an offshoot here. That's right. We're doing so well that businesses are begging us to connect them up. And for once, I'm not just going to throw the connection money away. Come in together, we get explicit signals. We give you the delightful free maintenance building. And we'll give you a nice fruity name, because the Dan Hauser Farm's just not really catching my eye. I think we're going to go for the Super Pie Orchard. And Super Pie, you're going to connect directly up with Hamburg. It sucks that things are going through Schwerin so much, but Schwerin doesn't seem to be too busy right now. Gotta remember that we're not making Huldas right now. Conductor's a waste of time. It's not city to city stuff, this. Warehouse to Hamburg isn't that either, but Flensburg to Hamburg is certainly in need of a moody guy there. Currently it's only carting pastries, but that's alright. Those well-known German train robbers. Look, I'm sure a train has been robbed in Germany. And I bet Nancy Drew had to investigate. Crafty engineer. Alright, you are just about down and out, my friend. Your company is going to be completely liquidated by me, and there's nothing you can do about it. Liquidating him does not get me much of my investment back, and he barely had any cash on him, but that's okay, as long as I kick him out of the competition. It's money I don't have to spend later. Oh boy, 38 employees to hire.
You'll find yourself in a lovely spot with the fishes.
Actually, I feel like I got most of my investment back. Does that mean I could buy you out? Almost. If I had a person to reduce your share price, I'd be in the money. I might actually make good off of keeping him here. Like, if I get somebody who can inflate share prices, I could just shove my money into him, inflate, sell, and wait. And that might be better than killing him off. Then again, taking over the lands that he is dealing with down there could be more beneficial, but thanks to knocking out Mr. Lederhosen, I've got Western Germany opened up to me. So I rather think we're going to leave our spiffing friend to the south. He can build up a bit of very southern Germany for us, and then we swoop in and kill him. Oh no, Jake has learnt to pump and dump. I don't think there are laws against that just yet. Oh, but one problem is, now I got all these people to employ. Okay, Flensburg, Hamburg. Let's get all the right people in here. This is... it matters not. Just fill it all up. This is a security guard. Stoke it. Engineer it. Security guard. If it's freight, and I know that's always freight, it gets a security guard. Do they reduce the odds of an attack? Prevents bandit. Oh, prevents bandit. That's pretty hefty. Guy Lemo's green's getting all sorts of security pumped into it. Gotta stop the Dutch. Even more Guy Lemo greens. I think that's the one we linked up to damn near everything, isn't it? More Guy Lemo greens. I like this this personnel thing, and I also don't like it. I'm sure you know what I mean. I know what I mean. Jinx, just how many Guy Lemo greens do I have here? Okay, only got conductors left, so where are city-to-city routes? Cottbus and Dresden, those sound like cities to me. This guy I bought out had so many conductors, and I'm having them all. How's the Hansa coming along, asks Castrul. I rather think it's going really very well. 2 competitors are killed off, and we are in the money. I'm actually in the black for once. I like this information it gives you on it. Seems like you can go deep into this stuff. But right now I just want to employ everybody. I'm finding a hard time finding a final spot. There we go. There we go, that should be everybody employed. Ah, that's right, I got your chief staff as well. Level 4, 3, and 2. Chief engineer, reduces all buildings. Nah, no thanks to that. Reduces the cost of successful auctions by 32%. I already have that. superficiality, but I don't care about tunnel construction, so that's not worth my time at all. So we're looking groovy. And like I said, I'm keeping the nice guy around for some pumping and dumping. Okay, glorious. Very glorious. Oil lamps, yep. Okay, this is one downside to keeping the other guy around. He will bet on these things. But that's okay. The money that he makes me spend should be far eclipsed by the money I make from pumping and dumping him.
If no one else bids.
That's what I did. Win. Okay. Berlin being an upswing is disgusting. What can I do about that, though? They're getting the sausages, they're making their own pastries, and it's going to take a while for them to eat through all their pastries. Actually, where are they getting their sausages from? My God, Stettin throws it a long way there. Tells me that Stettin isn't exporting their sausages to enough other places. It doesn't have a lot of places to throw it, do they? I think they already put them over to lands. Yeah, they got plenty of sausages going on there. What I could do is tear down Stettin's sausage industry and give it something else. Oh, it wants fruit for its gingerbread. Wait, isn't there fruit here? There is fruit here. Oh, that I can take advantage of. There we go. Now I can buy this and tear it down, but the price is a little steep. I'm sure there'll be plenty of opportunity to kill Berlin down the route. As it will grow, it will eat its dwindling supply even faster. Yes, but I worry that it'll grow enough to unlock, say, sauerkraut, and then get sauerkraut from somewhere. In fact, it's already getting those sausages. Sausages, grain, and... two things are enough to stop it from shrinking. I need to only get one thing, and that one thing should be grain. I need to cut it off from sausages. That's going to be difficult. Well, what isn't difficult? Let's not focus on Berlin too much right now. There's plenty of stuff to take over after I tore down the infrastructure around here. Could let them beg me for a connection bonus. Yes. Bloody allied airlifts. Okay, Hamburg continues to grow, although not as much as I would like. But once we can have wheat beer thrown into Flensburg, and that will be quite soon. Yeah, Flensburg is growing like a weed here. The wheat beer will feed all these people really well. And that's the question of what I do with you. I might make fruit brandy for you since you're right next to the fruit, and there will be a demand for fruit brandy at 48. I could give you sauerkraut though, but I don't have the salt for it. Or do I? Where's the salt at? There never seems to be enough bleeding salt in northern Germany. We make a route along the coast, let Stettin move people and goods easier into the Prussian heartlands. Starting to think I could make a lot more money by transporting more people around, but it's really hard to get a good idea of how many people there are to move around. I mean, okay, you want to send how many? Wait, did I even select you? There we go. You want to send 4 passengers here, and 4 there, and 3 there? Doesn't seem like a lot, does it? Hard to get a good feel for it unless you start seeing the seeing these places leave with too much or too little. Berlin de Lande. Salt was near Berlin, was it? Oh, yes, so it was. Right, well, I could certainly get sauerkraut over in Schwerin. I get the veggies in, the salt in, and you make the fruit juice, and this will be a really lovely trinity. What did I get this research for? Number of passengers, caboose thing. I don't think I wanted the Bourbonnais. Wouldn't be as good as the Rhine here.
When your trains break down, it is a reflection of your company's management.
Okay, lacking operational supplies is a surprise, but an easy one to fix. kind of good that they yell that at you, because otherwise I would not have noticed that. I'm a ways away from getting you. That's freight, and mixed. Well, no, here's my express, and a good express train at that, and that is a very good freight train. But I need 3 more of these things unlocked. Might even be worth looking at the cheapest ones for that. Just to get myself a really good freight train and a really good express train. Oh, but there's a lot of technology needed for that. Okay. Berlin, more like leave it to rot in. So, I feel like the answer might be a little obvious, but what do our esteemed Germans have against their beloved capital city? Because there seems to be a lot of dislike towards Berlin. Rate revenue for food by 20% is a lot, but moving food is generally more a case of supplying these cities. You know what, I'm going to want a mail car eventually. Let's get that prepped up. Another stoker. Let's buy him up. You want to get stoked? There's your stoker. I'm keeping an eye on Flensburg because I don't want it to get an industry without me noticing. Same with Schwerin. It's been a while since we've looked at the Prussian heartlands here. Damn, Danzig and Elbing are looking big. Shame that you're not quite up there. Again, 60,000 is a great thing to hit because that allows me to put down the extra building there. Hanover, what do I want you to have? Oh well, Brunswick decided to go for the brandy. Figuring out how to connect this all together. I shouldn't actually worry about these kinds of things. They hit 40,000, great. Leave them and move on. Try and connect up everything, get them big, get enough money going, and then I should start planning how things get really big. I don't mind this little trifecta up north. I want these guys to mutually grow big together because they'll mutually make lots of money together. But I'm not going to bother about all these little places all the way around. First, connect everything. Then make lots of money. Then design. There's going to be a design process before I just jump in and build everything. Because I need to have it work on paper before it works in game. Hi Jake, been enjoying your content on YouTube for years. Finally ascending because I'm slacking at work. Well then SM19546, you will be punished for slacking at work. You need to get back to work just as I am going to get myself off to bed. That seems like a great point to save up and wait for next session, which won't be too far away. James, between this and Rune Factory, it's been a hefty amount of streaming. And it's going to be the same tomorrow and the day after. Man, I love this. I really love this. I really love this. It's a good name, but it doesn't tell me what's going on here. 2 buyouts. That's a good point to have it. Although I should put Perfect Hansa in it. Perfect Hansa, 2 buyouts. Good reminder. So where are we at? We've done 2 buyouts. We've connected up about half of Germany, and Berlin is relatively isolated, although sadly it's growing. The next step is what exactly? I will definitely be connecting up the rest of these cities. But I'm also, and this is a huge one, I am probably going to restructure my train lines so that I have segregated freight and express. I say that, but now I think about it, maybe I won't. Maybe what I'll do, here's a better idea. Segregate everything I've made so far, and everything else that I'm about to do, I will segregate between express and freight, so that I have a working design for some of Germany, and then when I know that works, it means I can happily delete the rest of this stuff and rebuild it as such. Because although this looks good and works and all, the core thing I don't like is having freight and express share the same line. Freight will generally be slower, express should be faster. And even though the monetary benefits of express lines going faster isn't great, this is meant to be the perfect Hansa, not the subpar Hansa or the slow to get to my destination Hansa. So I want to have lovely long stretches of express line And maybe at the last moment, freight trains can come in, just like here, and then share their way into the terminal. But how exactly that's going to come together, God knows. I'll figure it out next time, so until that time, it's a cheers from me, and a cheerio.